Holiness Radhanath Swami, His Holiness Sachinanda Swami, and His Holiness Hridananda Das Goswami. So we're just going to go to our first speaker, who is our dear God brother, Bhakti Prabhav Swami, who joined in the summer of 1992 in a Namahata program, and later on took initiation from Gurudev in 1998. And he was the first secretary of the European RGB. And he is involved in the Sannyas Ministry and the Board of Education. And he served Radhadesh in Belgium from 1996 to 2007. And he's a very senior God brother of ours, and we would like to warmly welcome him to this program. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charasvanti Namine. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswata Deve Gaurvani Pacharane Nirvishesha Sinyavadi Paskatyai Desatarane. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada on the occasion of this annual Srila Prabhupada Memorial Festival, which was initiated by Bhakti Charamaj, and which happens today on the glorious day of his appearance. Although I'm unqualified and certainly limited in glorifying pure devotees, with the blessings of Bhakti Charamaj and all the devotees here online, I may be able to say something that makes sense. I will compare three qualities of Srila Prabhupada with the qualities of Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj, he was sent to this world to exhibit the symptoms of a pure devotee. One of these symptoms was certainly his utmost humility. In verse 798, Prahlad Maharaj praised the Lord Nrsimhadev. How is it possible for me, who have been born in a family of asuras, to offer suitable prayers to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Even until now, all the demigods headed by Lord Brahma and all the saintly persons could not satisfy the Lord by streams of excellent words, although such persons are very qualified, being in a mode of goodness. Then what is to be said of me? I am not at all qualified. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada refers to Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, who is the author of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, who is displaying a similar mood as Prahlad Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada writes, a Vaishnava who is fully qualified to serve the Lord still thinks himself extremely low while offering prayers to the Lord. For example, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, the author of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he said, Jagai Madai Hate Muni Se Papista, Puri Sera Kita Hate Muni Se Kalista. Thus, he considers himself unqualified, lower than the worms in stool, and more sinful than Jagai and Madai. A pure devotee actually thinks himself in that way. Similarly, although Prahlad Maharaj was very pure, an exalted Vaishnava, he thought himself most unqualified just to offer prayers to Lord Nrsimhadev. That every pure Vaishnava thinks like this. So one should not be falsely proud of Vaishnava qualifications. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed us, of course, Trinata Pishnechne, Taroa Bisvisnene, Amana Manadana Kirtanya Sadari. One should chant the holy name in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than a straw in the street. One should be tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and should be ready to offer all respect to others. such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name constantly. Unless one is meek and humble, Srila Prabhupada writes, to make progress in spiritual life is very difficult. So Prahlad Maharaj really taught himself in this way. He thought, I'm unqualified to satisfy the Lord. This was his self-perception. How can it be to feel being unqualified if one is qualified? Prahlad Maharaj found the demigods more qualified. His disqualification, he thought, was, I've been born in a demoniac family and thus influenced by the modes of passion and ignorance. But in this world today, the conditioned soul sees his qualities, but not his disqualifications. But for making spiritual advancement, the opposite is required. Tolerance is born of humility. We think ourselves important, but we are insignificant. That in 100 years from now, we will have been forgotten. Humility is proportional to our spiritual advancement. I will now read a section from the last pages of the Prabhupada Lilamrita. Bhakti Charamaj, especially, I remember when the last volumes of the Lilamrita were just published, he would read sometimes in the morning Prabhupada Lilamrita instead of the Bhagavatam class. And Guru Maharaj would say yes, the book Bhagavat is equal to the person Bhagavat. Like Srila Prabhupada makes that point in the Bhagavatam 1 to 18. That that's the first Nastaviya Sabhatra Sunityam Bhagavata Sevya. In the purport there, Srila Prabhupada explains that. So I will read from Prabhupada Lilamrita and the last book, the last chapter, the final lesson. That and we will see how Srila Prabhupada displayed the same mood. So up until the end there were interludes of sweetness as well as displays of Prabhupada's indomitable mood of fighting for Krishna. One day, Prabhupada's sister Pishima arrived unexpectedly, and Prabhupada asked her to cook khichdi. At that time, Kirtanananda was trying to put Srila Prabhupada on the road to recovery by gradually increasing his liquids, and Kirtanananda and the devotee opposed the idea that he solely would eat solid foods. But Srila Prabhupada insisted. It doesn't matter whether she cooks does good to me or bad, said Srila Prabhupada. She's a Vaishnavi. It will be good for me. He then began speaking in an extremely humble way. Probably I'm a little puffed up because of my opulence and success, he said. Now God has shattered that pride. If you don't have your body, what is there to be puffed up about? Bhakti Swami protested, said, Srila Prabhupada, whatever you have done for Krishna. That may be, Srila Prabhupada said, but in this world, unknowingly, you commit offenses. When Pishima heard this, she exclaimed, no, he never committed any offense. You cannot ever commit offenses, said Bhakti Charu. You are God's very dear one. How can you commit offenses? I'm a little temperamental, Srila Prabhupada said. I used to use words like rascal and so on. I never compromised. They used to call it a club in one hand and a Bhagavatam in the other. That is how to preach. Make arrangements for my sister. And then in a section a little further, when Prabhupada began asking his godbrothers to forgive him, they protested. You are the eternal leader. One of them asserted, You rule over us, guide us, and chastise us. Forgive all my offenses, Prabhupada repeated. I became proud of all my opulence. No, said Guru Maharaj, you never became proud. When you started preaching, opulence and success followed you. That was the blessing of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Krishna. There cannot be any question of being offensive. So, when Srila Prabhupada presented himself as Mahapatita, greatly fallen, Puri Maharaj did not accept it. He said, you have saved millions of people around the world, he said. Therefore, there is no question of offenses. But you should be called Mahapatita Pavana, the great savior of the fallen. So Prabhupada's disciples regarded Prabhupada's asking for his godbrother's forgiveness as a manifestation of his humility. But they were also puzzled. Certainly, Prabhupada's godbrothers were sincere in saying Prabhupada had committed no offenses. Whatever he had done for Krishna. But Srila Prabhupada was also sincere in asking for forgiveness. That was the beautiful gem of his humility, to ask everyone for forgiveness. That's the first characteristic. The second is a second characteristic of Prahlad Maharaj is mentioned in his prayers to Lord Nrsimhadev, 7941. My dear Lord, you are always transcendentally situated on the other side of the river of death, but because of the reactions of our own activities, we are suffering on this side. Indeed, we have fallen into this river and are repeatedly suffering the pains of birth and death and eating horrible things. Now kindly look upon us, not only upon us, upon me, but upon all others who are suffering. And by your causeless mercy and compassion, deliver us and maintain us. The first line of the purport, Srila Prabhupada writes, Prahlad Maharaj, a pure Vaishnava, prays to the Lord not only for himself, but for all other suffering living entities. There are two classes of Vaishnavas, the Bhajananandis and the Ghostianandis. The Bhajananandis worship the Lord only for their benefit, but the Ghostianandis try to elevate others to Krishna consciousness so that they may be saved. This verse reflects Prabhupada's mood and the mood of every guru in the Guru Parampara. Srila Vyasadeva, from the beginning of the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the first verse states, Satyam Param Dimahi. So Dimahi, Prabhupada said, is plural. Let us all, everyone, meditate on Krishna. So Srila Vyasadeva wanted us to go all back to Godhead. That Sir Prahlad Maharaj had that desire. He prays, please put your glance upon us so that we can go back to Godhead. So Srila Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj preached very widely because of that same mood. At the end of the purport of this verse, Srila Prabhupada says, Yara Dekatarikai Krishna Upadas. One must therefore become a sincere servant of Krishna. Amara Ajnana Guru, Janatara Edes. One should become a guru and spread Krishna consciousness all over the world simply by preaching the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. In 1966 in New York, one of the first Bhagavad Gita lectures Srila Prabhupada gave to the hippies who had long hair. He said, so we require hundreds and thousands of spiritual masters to go all over the world and preach this Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada had this vision to turn all hippies into preachers. That was in August 1966, just after the incorporation of ISKCON. What's the purpose of ISKCON? Go out and preach. That's Ghostianandi. Srila Prabhupada gave this order to everyone. Any one of his disciples, you become guru and you preach. So that was the mood of Prahlad Maharaj as well. The third and last point I want to make is that the Lord upholds all the words of his devotees. So in Srimad Bhagavatam 7:9-29, Prahlad Maharaj says, O unlimited reservoir of transcendental qualities, you have killed my father Hiranyakashipu and saved me from his sword. He said very angrily, if there is any superior controller other than me, let him save you. I shall now sever your head from your body. Therefore, I think that both in saving me and in killing me, you have acted to prove true words of your devotee. There is no other cause. So the Lord Nrsimhadev appeared to uphold the words of his devotees, to uphold the words of Prahlad, who said to Hiranyakashipu, yes, Nrsimhadev is in the pillar, to Narada Muni, who said that Prahlad will never be killed, and to Brahma, who gave all these benedictions to Hiranyakashipu. That Mother Narayani, a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, who served for many years in India, when she read this verse, she was thinking of one of our god sisters, who are no longer with ISKCON. But they did such a great service for Srila Prabhupada that Srila Prabhupada said to them, I promise you that because you did this service, you go back to Godhead in this life. So Srila Prabhupada said it must happen. The words of a pure devotee come true. Therefore, it is better to serve the pure devotee than to serve Krishna directly. Srila Prabhupada said, if the servant says that he will bring you to Krishna Loka, you must go. You must go there. Even Krishna cannot do that, Srila Prabhupada said. He does not say this very easily. Krishna is very strict. But then Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna can not do it, but Lord Chaitanya can do it. So in 1976, Srila Prabhupada gave a Bhagavatam class in Mayapur in France. And during that class, he said, I promise you, if you chant 16 rounds of the Hare Krishna mantra and you follow the full regulative principles, then you will go back to Godhead. So that is Srila Prabhupada's promise, and that is our only hope, that Lord Krishna will be merciful to us on the strength of Srila Prabhupada's promise.
Sorry, Maharaj.
So, thank you very much, your insignificant servant.
Sorry to stop you there, Maharaj. Thank you so much. You spoke about the qualities of Srila Prabhupada and Prahlad Maharaj, and thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you after lockdown, coming back to Ujjain and giving us your association.
Yeah. If Krishna willing, Jai Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Now we're going to go to a special presentation by Karuna Productions, and I'm asking Vyasadeva Prabhu to put on the show.
Hare Krishna. So now we would like to welcome Her Grace Krishna Leela Mataji from Karuna Production and Sharanagati Mataji from New York. They will be sharing this trailer with all of us. This is about one of the documentary film on Guru Maharaj. So Sharanagati Mataji, you can unmute yourself, and also Krishna Leela Mataji.
Hare Krishna, everybody. I don't know if you can hear or see us.
Yes, Mataji, we can see you. So,
greetings, everybody. I'm calling you from Florida with the beach behind me, very close to the land. Maharaj is one of Maharaj's projects. And thank you for the opportunity for us to present this trailer. And I'd like to ask Sharanagati if she's there. I don't see her. I hope she's there, to say a few words about this project before we play the trailer.
Dandavat Pranam. Please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for this time to share today during the celebration of Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja. The Bhakti Charu Swami film project with trailer we are showing is the life and legacy of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami, and it is relevant as we are making a transition from losing such a great soul such as Guru Maharaj to the transformation of living out his instructions, remembering his enormous devotion to Srila Prabhupada's mission and contribution to the entire ISKCON movement. The trailer launch was timed for today, and the film project's purpose is to pay tribute to Guru Maharaj in the mood of the joy of devotion, a film also directed by Krishna Lila of Karuna Productions, by presenting his inspiring life and the impact he made in the world for a global audience. Institute of International Social Development is especially pleased to support this project, as the Chowdhury family have been in association with Guru Maharaj for over 40 years. And we are also happy to have honored Guru Maharaj at the United Nations with a special Peace Award for his exemplary contribution to humanity. Along with Krishna Lila, Executive Director of Karuna Productions, and our NGO Institute of International Social Development, we have many other team members. Krishna Lila will share with you. We have officially started fundraising and appreciate your support going forward. We also appreciate the donors who supported the trailer you are seeing today. You can make donations on our Indiegogo campaign, and also IISD is accepting donations for those who need tax receipts. We set up a link for donations, and you are welcome to contact us by email at bcsfilmproject@gmail.com with feedback, suggestions, and notify us of any donations requiring a tax receipt sent to IISD. There already has been very positive support and feedback coming in, and we invite you to share this film project about Guru Maharaj and his legacy widely. I'd like to hand this over to my dear friend and devotee, the director of Karuna Productions, Krishna Lila, who continues to inspire us with her exceptional filmmaking skills, creativity, and many award-winning films. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Krishna Lila, also known as Christina Danka, it's all yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Sharanagati, and thank you all for this opportunity to talk about this project. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mataji.
Okay, got it. All right, so some tricky thing of what's going on with the mute and unmute button. Thank you very much for the introduction, Sharanagati. A little bit more about me. I'm a Shivaram Swami disciple, originally from Hungary, and I live in the US, where I got my filmmaking education. I also teach visual arts in the Bhaktivedanta Academy in Alachua, Florida. And I have been a great admirer of Bhakti Charu Swami. We have met several times, and he was the executive producer of our big project lately, The Joy of Devotion. So we had a shared appreciation for the power of visual storytelling, and we discussed a lot of filmmaking projects together for many, many times. And I had a great fortune to interview him several times about his life, about his feelings, about his thoughts, about his joy, even about his fears in life. So he was very kind to open up for us and our filmmaking crew. Lately, in February in Mayapur when we were there for the ILS project. And since we had a lot of materials about him, really good quality materials, I was thinking, oh, it would be nice to make a film about him since we had this huge, shocking loss that I was very taken aback by and numbed by. And at the same time, when I was contemplating in this idea, Sharanagati and other Bhakti Charu Maharaj disciple approached me, why can we do something about it? Why don't we make a film? So we came up with the idea. And as Sharanagati said, a lot of other people came on board to help us, including board members, advisory member Anuttama Prabhu, ISKCON Communication Minister, Bhakti Prema Maharaj, who kindly helped us, agreed to help us, Krishna Kishore Prabhu, who has been instrumental, a lot of the Bhakti Charu Swami photographer, archivist, as well as filmmaking friends from all over the world. So we are all kind of teaming up together to make Maharaj known and celebrated not only in devotee circles, but all over the world. So we're planning 2 film projects. One will be a shorter film that for wide and vast social media distribution, and there will be a longer one that we hopefully will be able to present it to Amazon Prime and several streaming services, and as well as for education distribution and television distribution. So that's where we're at right now. You're gonna see the trailer, and if you feel inspired and if you want to come on board for any capacity, or if you want to help make this happen, we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much, and please watch the trailer.
Okay, so I'm going to play the trailer now, and I would request all the devotees to mute themselves so that unnecessary sound somewhere it doesn't come in between, and we can watch it very nicely. Thank you.
People believe in God, but they don't know who He is. I come from India. We grew up with the idea that the West is the best. I went to Germany, and there actually I developed my appreciation for Indian culture, and I came back to India. I was searching for a spiritual master, and I became so disappointed after about 1 year of search that I decided that I'm not going to search anymore. If I do have a spiritual master, then let him come and pick me up. From the very first page, I recognized that this is what I was looking for. Prabhupada very boldly declared that if you want to know about God, you can come to me. I can tell you what His name is, what He looks like, what He does, where He lives, and I can give you all information about Him. Vachanam madhuram, charitam madhuram. Prabhupada told me, you translate my books into Bengali. And that opened up the gate of my good fortune. When you find something very precious, you want to share it with those who you love. It took me exactly 9 months and 20 days to build a temple. I started off by feeding 25,000 children. Every day I had to make 75,000 chapatis. When I'm awake, when I'm conscious, I can direct my mind, I can direct my will to think about Krishna, but I know at the time of death, I won't have that ability. that is my greatest fear, that I may not forget Krishna at that very, very critical moment of my life. Why people fight? Just to fulfill their own personal agenda. But when we become pure, no other desire but to serve Krishna. That is the symptom of pure devotion.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Lila Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for showing the trailer. I hope you will you liked it, and I pray that it represented the mood of Maharaj, the sweetness, the gentleness, the knowledge. And again, if you would like to help us realize this vision, please come on board and give us your blessings and service. Thank you for your time, and have a wonderful celebration.
Thank you very much, Krishna Lila Mataji. Those devotees who like the trailer, they can comment and give the feedback on the chat box so that Krishna Lila Mataji and Sharanagati Mataji can get the review about the trailer. And if someone wants to join also, they can message in the chat box so they can reply how to get in touch with them. So now I would again hand it over to His Grace Dina Krishna Prabhu. Dina Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Lila Mataji. It's an amazing trailer. Actually, was overtaken with emotion just seeing Guru Maharaj and he's hearing his voice. So I pray it goes ahead and it goes all over the world and goes on Amazon Prime and Netflix. And if anyone can help, please do. Our next guest is a very special devotee, Srila Prabhupada disciple, very close to Guru Maharaj. I met him in 2001. He probably doesn't remember me, but I definitely remembered him because I could see his interactions with Bhakti Swami was very loving and very caring. He joined in America and he was the Sankirtan leader of the Detroit Temple, and then he joined the Radha Damodar Bus Party, and in 1977 he was with Srila Prabhupada in the last few weeks, and that's where he met our Gurudev, and he got the chance to massage Srila Prabhupada's feet on a daily basis. So I'd like to warmly welcome on behalf of His Holiness Bhakti Swami and all the devotees, His Grace Udayananda Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Dean Krishna Prabhu, sorry to interrupt. Prabhuji is joining in few minutes. So before that, we have just a video to show. I'm just playing that video offering by devotees.
And it was in 1993. I was sitting in my little room, the same room I have since 1987. And I got a phone call, and it was Bhakti Swami Maharaj, who I hadn't seen in about 8 years. And he was so kind. He was so gracious. And it just filled my heart because, I was feeling so lonely for the association of my God brothers. And he asked if he could come to our temple. And I said, yes, please, come Sunday. So it was a Sunday, and I was giving the Sunday feast lecture in the afternoon. And there were hundreds and hundreds of devotees filling the room. And right in the middle of the lecture, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj came through the door, and he started walking through the crowd of devotees who were sitting on the floor. And when I saw him, it was such an emotional experience, because never before in the history of our temple has a senior godbrother come. And I got up from the asana, and I was moving through the crowds of devotees sitting down, and he was moving through this crowds of devotees sitting down, and in the middle of it, with hundreds and hundreds of people sitting around, we embraced. And we embraced for a long time. And we all felt such a reunion with Srila Prabhupada's movement at that moment. And he came and sat on the asana, and he gave the class, and what a wonderful class. He made everyone, he just quelled devotees' reservations about whatever may have been in the past. And that was a major breakthrough in Radha Gopinath Temple's history when he came to the temple. And many of you who are with us today remember that moment, because it was unforgettable.
With Maharaj being his most loyal and obedient servant. So I would just say, please remember this and have no concern. Maharaj is thoroughly covered by the presence of the Lord due to his loyalty and obedience.
So in that way, Maharaj has helped me with this particular standard. And here's another thing that I really appreciate about him. He had deep down inside, he was very concerned that Prabhupada could remain as ISKCON's centerpiece. But he feared, like many other devotees, that he would be in the background in time. Already it's a challenge, because people all over the world, they know Hare Krishna. They know us. Oh, those are the people that dance on the street. Those are the people with the robes, and they have the nice food, and a lot of them are bald, and they have this thing on the forehead, and so on. Like, they know us, and they like us, but they don't know much about Prabhupada. So our challenge is that how to get Prabhupada to be in the center of our lives, our culture, like in the Ramanuja tradition, like in the Madhva tradition, or like I was born as a Catholic. So Jesus for us was the most important thing. And I went to St. Mary's Church. So St. Mary was important, and then St. Joseph was across the street, and so on like that. So there were the patron saints, but Jesus was the main figure. So that's what I believe Prabhupada should be for the Hare Krishna movement. Prabhupada is just in the middle for us to always be reminded. It's his guidance, it's his books. He's the Shishya Guru for everyone. He gives us direction. Even after he's parted, we still take direction from him. Those Bhakti Charu Swami who took the lead in establishing a seminar for this. And that's one of the reasons why I sat down with Veranda in where was it? Pune. Yeah, he was the chairperson for the GBC that year, and I asked Maharaj, "Can I have a little time with you?" And so I was just expressing my concern that Prabhupada would be diluted. His position would be marginalized. So, what is happening there, Maharaj? I asked him. So he was trying to appease me and tell me about what he's doing, and that, we were just sharing the same kind of sentiment. And I appreciate that very much about him. He was a very loving kind of person, and you felt his love. That's what he was made of. You didn't have to scratch or scrape at something to find it. It was just there, blank. What you see is what you get. Love. And so I remember that whenever I'd had a chance to sit down with him, whether it was over prasad or just have a few kind minutes with him, he'd ask me, how's Vishwakarma? Vishwakarma was the temple president in Toronto when I joined, and there was a time when Maharaj visited Canada a few times, Vancouver, Toronto, perhaps also Montreal, I'm not sure. But he asked, how is Vishwakarma? Because Vishwakarma, although he's preserved his love for Prabhupada all over these years, he hasn't been so active in ISKCON. He's moved out to another city and so on like that. And then Maharaj asked, how's Nandikeshwara? Nandikeshwara was a very charismatic Krishna conscious leader in our temple in Montreal. And he was concerned also. He wanted to know, where are my buddies? Where are my friends? Less active. So he was just saying, they did so much. And he was simply asking out of concern. And my answer would be, well, they're still active. They're still totally committed to Srila Prabhupada. But his question is, how is he doing? How are they now? How are they keeping? So this kind of concern Maharaj held over all these years. Practically, that was his main discussion with me whenever we would get together.
Yeah.
Bhakti True Swami had arranged for our meetings to be held in Ujjain. And this is an interesting project that just kind of popped up overnight. Oh, where did this come from? The temple, the guest house, And I love that temple. And I also love the devotees there. The last time I was there, we were doing gum gum.
Am I unmuted?
Japa around the temple, around the deities. And I'd start off with one person.
When I was in Mayapur and there was a meeting and he personally hosted everyone for lunch prasadam, and the way he personally oversaw the whole feast, the identifying the items on the menu, instructing the devotees who were cooking, overseeing the cooking, supervising it, overseeing the whole arrangements for the prasadam hall, and then overseeing the serving of the prasadam, personally going up to each.
Hare Krishna, Uday Nanda Prabhu. Thank you for joining us. My name is Dina Krishna, and we want to warmly welcome you to the Srila Prabhupada's Memorial Festival. I said your introduction before you came, but basically you're a senior Srila Prabhupada disciple, and you served Srila Prabhupada by distributing thousands of books throughout America. And then you were with Srila Prabhupada during the last few months, and you got the chance to serve Srila Prabhupada intimately by massaging his lotus feet. And you are a very dear godbrother of our Gurudev, and you went with him last year to many different places in India. So we'd like to warmly welcome you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
You can unmute yourself, Prabhuji.
I'm not very tech savvy. Let me try. All right. Hare Krishna. I'm sorry that I'm a little frazzled right now. I thought I was going to be speaking an hour from now. So then Prabhuji just called me and said, hey, no, you're supposed to speak right now. So forgive my my ignorance here. Om Yanat Manandasya Yananjana Salakaya Chakshur Un Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkness of ignorance, but my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto his lotus feet. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane. Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Visatarne. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale. Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine. Hare Krishna Prabhujis. Please accept my obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So, I want to make sure I don't speak over time. So this is a very difficult, this is a day of celebration. This is Vyas Puja day. But it is very difficult for the heart to separate itself from our strong attachment to His Divine Grace, Bhakti Charu Swami. His Vapu disappearing so abruptly. Never have I experienced or even read of anything like this in our tradition. So Maharaj leaving like this has shocked the core of our being personally, but I also see I was listening to offerings yesterday by all the devotees from North America, Rupanuga Prabhu, Gadadhar Pandit, some devotees from South Africa, a very beautiful couple. I don't know, I can't remember their name, but Mataji had an incredible poem. She was speaking. And I had this overwhelming realization that, like, I'm thinking only my heart is crushed. I'm thinking I can barely live another day. But then I realized everyone is feeling that way. We're all feeling this way. And I've never had this feeling since November 14th, 1977. So it's when Srila Prabhupada departed, even though Prabhupada said he was going to go, we refused to accept it. We wouldn't accept it. We wouldn't accept it. We're begging Prabhupada, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. And Prabhupada would say, it's not up to me, it's up to Krishna. Then Prabhupada would say, okay, I'll stay. And so it went on for quite some time, and everyone thought Srila Prabhupada would leave, and then no, he's going to stay, and we're praying and praying and praying and chanting. And even when Prabhupada left, we were shocked that that actually happened. And, but we were kind of sort of preparing one part of our being to accept this would happen and that it may happen. And then, of course, Srila Prabhupada used to say that this is inevitable for everyone here in Mritya Loka. This is a planet of death. But when it happened, we were like shocked. But we were preparing ourselves for at least 6 months for that possibility. So I'd just been with Guru Maharaj for 6 weeks in December and January with a lot of you Prabhuchis. And it was, for me, it was so ecstatic. It was like being with Srila Prabhupada again. That's how it was for me. I felt this is Prabhupada, this is what is meant by the Guru's mercy. He reasons ill who says that Vaishnavas die when thou art still living and sound. Vaishnavas die to live, and living spread the holy name around. So Prabhupada used to say about Srila Bhakti Siddhanta that I came to this West all alone, but I never felt I was alone. I always felt I was with my Guru Maharaj. I was always with Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And being a young brahmachari, I first came to the movement in 1972, and I was initiated in 1973, and then second initiated in 1974. I used to think, how does Prabhupada feel when he thinks of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur? What is that feeling? On one side, I could never feel that because he's Mahabhagwat, he's Uttama Adhikari. But sometimes Prabhupada would break down crying and say, thank you for helping me in my service to my Guru Maharaj. And he would start to cry. And sometimes he would say, you are the mercy of my spiritual master. And so, and thank you for helping me. So it was very painful for Srila Prabhupada to leave like that, even though he was 81 and he was not in great health. I got to Vrindavan in October 1977. And that's when I first met His Divine Grace Bhakti True Swami. So he was amazing. And because I'd been in the movement like 5 years, I was on the Radha Damodar party distributing books. So we traveled all over the country and of course we've been to India, big festivals, and we were with Prabhupada quite a bit. I'd never seen this sannyasi. Who is this young man serving Srila Prabhupada? He was so filled with energy. And he was so pucka. He was very, very young. And I thought to myself, how is this very handsome too? How is this handsome young man going to stay sannyas? But from the moment I saw Guru Maharaj serving Srila Prabhupada, I knew he was different. He was so pucka. And everything that all of you know about him, and everything that makes you love him, is why we all loved him. We loved him. I loved him and I love him. So Krishna is all attractive. The name Krishna means all attractive. We are, everyone is looking for Krishna. But when you find Krishna, a very amazing things happen. Krishna finds you. Prabhupada says you take one step to Krishna, he takes 1,000 steps to you. And he does that in so many amazing ways. And my simple realization is that Krishna comes in the form of his devotees, his pure devotees. So I always wanted to see Krishna face to face when I first became a brahmachari. And even like I understood theoretically about deity worship. But, you know, I wanted to talk to Krishna. I wanted to see Krishna. And then Krishna partially showed himself by giving us Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada also, so I had to feel for the past 43 years, the separation of Srila Prabhupada. And it seems daunting. I'm old. I'm 67. It would have been better that I had gone, for sure. We know that. And I will go. I will go. Maybe I got 10 years, maybe 15 years, maybe one day. Who knows? Only Krishna knows all these things. I know all that has happened in the past. I know all that is happening in the present, and I know all things yet to come. That's what Krishna says. Krishna knows. So, but I'm seeing that I've been carried by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada never left me, never left us. He never left. It's like Sambhoga and Vipralamba Bhav. Sambhoga, you're enjoying the association of Krishna and the spiritual master. And then just like Krishna left the gopis, they were all alone. They were just thinking of Krishna, talking about Krishna. And that's Vipralamba Bhag. Sambhoga is, oh, I'm with Krishna, I'm dancing with Krishna. But then somehow or other, they say this Vipralamba Bhav is even higher than Sambhoga. Uddhava went to Vrindavan on behalf of Krishna from Dwarka, and he met with Mother Yasoda, Nanda Maharaj. They were crying, without stop. Everyone, the coward boys were just standing in the fields, they say. And the gopis, they were like nonstop talking, thinking, meditating on Krishna. And Srimati Radharani started to talk to a bumblebee who was actually Uddhava, the messenger. But she was talking to the bumblebee. And she was exhibiting Mahabhav, the highest form of love of God. So it's kind of like that. You have to, I haven't realized this because I'm still feeling such pain of his separation. But I always thought that Guru Maharaj was Srila Prabhupada's mercy on me. And somehow or other, I will get through this 43 years by his association. When I first met him in 77, I didn't know him obviously like that. I was just talking to him almost every day, just Hare Krishna Maharaj, how are you? How is it? Briefly. But an amazing thing, I had a realization yesterday that almost every ecstatic thing that happened in my life, the most ecstatic things that happened in my life, happened in connection with Bhakti True Swami. And I kind of listed a few of them here. Okay, except for my first initiation and my second initiation. Of course, those were the happiest moments of my life. I got to serve Srila Prabhupada in Chicago when I was Brahmin initiated. I was Prabhupada's bodyguard at that time, and I got to stay outside Prabhupada's room for the 3-4 days that he was there in Chicago. But in October, I went to Vrindavan and I got to be with Srila Prabhupada. And by the mercy of Upendra Prabhu, he asked me to be in Prabhupada's room every day. I was there for 2.5 weeks. And every day I would see His Divine Grace Bhakti True Swami. So that was a very ecstatic thing for me. Oh, this technology. But so during that time, there was the full moon of the Sarat season, Ras Purnima. And on that day, my godbrother Pancha Dvida Swami said, Srila Prabhupada, the moon was rising. He said, can we read Krishna book? Can I read Krishna book for you? And he said, yes. So he sat down and read the 4 chapters of Krishna book. And that took almost 2 hours to read aloud like that. I checked out Amala Bhakta Swami's narration. He took 2 hours and 20 minutes, but he has a lot of music. So he did it in about 2 hours reading. And I got to massage Srila Prabhupada's feet for 2 hours. Listening to Krishna book in Krishna Balaram Mandir in Prabhupada's room at his lotus feet. And next to Srila Prabhupada, His Divine Grace Bhakti True Swami Maharaj sat. And he also listened to Krishna book. So at that time, I was thinking, this is the highest position I could possibly be. I should leave my body right now. And so that was a great memory for myself. And Bhakti True Swami was there in the room. Which, Srila Maharaj used to say, there's no such things as coincidences. In your day, whatever happens in your day, understand that Krishna is doing that. The good stuff and the stuff that doesn't seem to be so good, it is Krishna. If you're in devotional service, Krishna is doing it. It's not a coincidence. There's no coincidences.
Sorry, Udayananda Prabhu, our next guest speaker is about to speak, Maharaj, Bhakti Chaitanya Swami.
Oh, I thought I had a half an hour.
Oh.
That's what they told me, half hour.
Okay.
Rasananda told me half hour. I didn't know.
Okay, another 5 minutes, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I got about a million things. Okay, that's fine. 5 minutes and we'll do that. Okay, thanks for telling me. Yeah, he told me a half hour, but that's okay. All right, any rate. So, okay, I'll tie this up in 5 minutes. So that was in 77. Later, I was in England for a while and I met Maharaj in 80. I said, Maharaj, what are you doing? And he said, I'm translating Prabhupada's books from Bengali. I'm sorry, from English back to Bengali. I said, oh yeah, which book are you translating? And he said, all of them. I said, well, that's going to take you the rest of your life, right? But he did that. Later on, he came with, in the 90s, I was in North Carolina, and he came there with Srivas Thakur and Sripati and Gadadhar Pandit and Baladev Vijayabhushana, and was very, very ecstatic. We became very close then. We were going to do a farm project together. So, so then I got to travel with Maharaj around the United States. I'd go to different centers and temples with them, which was very ecstatic. And then my wife in 2002 took initiation from Guru Maharaj. So that was and that was 25 years to the day from on Ras Purnima that I had massaged Prabhupada's feet in Vrindavan with Maharaj. So that was a very ecstatic thing for me. And then in 2011, my son, Krishna Arjun, took initiation from Maharaj as well in my home. And Maharaj says, generally I give initiations to like 100 people at a time. So he said, but I'm only giving initiation to one person here. And he said, and I am doing so out of love for Udayananda Das. And that was one of the happiest days of my life. And then I got to spend 6 weeks with Maharaj and this festival, living right next door to him, taking prasadam with him every day, going to festivals. And we went to Jagannath. First time I went to Jagannath Puri in my life was this festival, which was so ecstatic, as all the devotees can attest to. So every ecstatic thing that has really happened in my life had something to do with Bhakti True Swami. And I thought it was going to be eternally in this Vapu, but now I realize that's not the way we're going to associate. So all of you out there, I know you're feeling great pain and happiness simultaneously. I'm also feeling quite happy because I get to think of him every day and talk about him every day. And this is how, you know, Krishna says that the spiritual master is always with you with his Vani. And also by remembering him, right? We Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam. So we're also hearing and speaking about Maharaj, and we can remember him, and that memory will carry us. And one day we won't just be thinking of him, we'll get to see him again, and we can touch his lotus feet and be with our whole disciplic succession in Goloka Vrindavan. So that is now what I'm aspiring for. Sorry for taking too much time, Bruce.
Thank
All
you.
glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Bhakti Churu Swami Maharaj.
Thank you.
Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
so much, Udayananda Prabhu, for your lovely talk. And I'm so sorry to cut you short.
That's fine.
Because we have a lot of speakers coming in from around the world.
Sure,
And
I
we
understand.
would love, after the COVID crisis subsides, we'd love to see you in England as well as India and Ujjain again, inspiring all of
I
us.
remember you. I remember seeing you in Ujjain. Prabhuji,
Yes.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Nice to see you again. Hare Krishna.
Udayananda Prabhu ki jai.
Hare Krishna.
So now our next speaker is His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami, who joined in London in January 1973 and took sannyas in 1994. And he is a GBC member who has many different zonal responsibilities and currently is one of the executive members of the GBC and very, very dear to our Gurudev Bhakti Charu Swami. So I would like Maharaj to speak about Srila Prabhupada, and on behalf of Bhakti Charu Swami, we would like to welcome you to our festival. Hare Krishna, Maharaj. We're just waiting for Maharaj. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. You want me to say something about Prabhupada?
Whatever you would like to speak about, Maharaj, Prabhupada,
Okay.
Bhakti Charu Swami.
Okay, okay. Well, I thought I could say a little bit about separation. Like the principle of separation, is that okay?
Yes, that's fine, Maharaj.
Anyway, I think I'll just do it. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presta Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarne Sri Krishna Chaitanya Pramanityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchkalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. Yes, well, Bhakti Charu Maharaj is extremely dear to me. And it's just, on one level, it's just unbelievable what's happened. But anyway, here we are. And I was thinking earlier this morning, because I knew it was his Vyasa Puja day, I was thinking what might be appropriate to say, nice to say. And I thought of one story about separation, which may or may not be so well known to the devotees who are online here, because we're in separation from Maharaj, and particularly those of you who are disciples. Well, I've been in that situation before when Srila Prabhupada left. What can you say? It's just something totally out of this world. But when Srila Prabhupada left this world, of course, initially there was, I guess you'd say, confusion. There was definitely, a lot of emotions, and maybe not so much confusion really, but more just emotions. And to whatever degree there may have been some confusion, it was mainly just how to see this and how to move forward, how to move forward from that time. And there was a lot of discussion. I was there in London. I was in Bhaktivedanta Manor in those days. So there was a lot of discussion on these subjects. And the consensus was, the conclusion was basically that we should know, we should accept that Srila Prabhupada is still here with us on the transcendental platform. We may not have a clear realization of that, but that's what Srila Prabhupada said. Srila Prabhupada said about his own spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, that when Prabhupada was asked, how did you do this alone? Prabhupada would say, I'm never alone. My spiritual master is right next to me. Of course, we're not on the level of Srila Prabhupada in terms of realization, such types of realizations of presence, but Srila Prabhupada did talk about it. And I would say in London there, we, through those discussions and remembrances of what Prabhupada had said and studying, we came to the conclusion that actually we, despite our lack of qualification in so many ways, but we need to see this event in those terms that Prabhupada has just gone elsewhere to be with Krishna by Krishna's desire. And that if we really focus on Prabhupada in a mood of service, in a mood of pleasing him, following his instructions, then we'll feel the presence of Prabhupada. Not just feel it, but we will be in the presence of Prabhupada on the transcendental platform, and therefore will feel Prabhupada's presence. So I know for many devotees, that's what they did and that's what happened. And even though the loss is, there's a feeling of, well, there's just a feeling of loss, a great feeling of loss. But at the same time, so that's a bitter feeling, but there's also sweetness in feeling the presence. So there's a little story I wanted to tell you, which, you know, however many of you may or may not know, but it's a story from the Navadvip Parikrama. I'm sure many of you have done Navadvip Parikrama. We go around the 9 islands, and right around on the other side, away from Mayapur, just about as far away perhaps as you can get, is Modadrum Dweep. There's the birthplace of Vrindavan Das Thakur and a number of other very nice places there. So that island, Modadrum Dweep, the Modadrum refers to a great tree, a great banyan tree, which was there on that island back whenever in the past. And so the story goes that when Lord Ram was exiled, then he with Lakshman and Mother Sita, they went from Ayodhya and they went to many places. But one place they went to was Navadvip. And they spent time in Navadvip. And they moved around the Navadvip area. And they also visited this Modadrum Dweep, where there was this great tree. So one day, Mother Sita noticed that Lord Ram was sitting down in a sort of meditational type of position, sitting cross-legged, with his back quite erect, his eyes closed, and he was obviously deep in some meditation. And as Mother Sita watched, she saw that actually Lord Ram was smiling, like quite a deep smile. He was really in some sort of special ecstasy. Something was going on internally, and he was just feeling great ecstasy. So when Lord Ram finished the meditation and came back to external consciousness, then Mother Sita asked him, "What were you thinking about? What were you meditating on? I could see you were smiling and you were so ecstatic. Please tell me what it was." So Lord Ram said, "Yes, oh yes, it was really wonderful. In meditation, I understood that we are going to take birth here. We're going to appear here in Kali Yuga, you and I, and we will be married again. We will be together again here, right here in Navadvip. And together, we will give everyone love for ourselves. And it'll be so wonderful to help so many people." And Mother Sita was just in ecstasy that, yes, oh, that's great. We'll be together again. Oh, that is truly, truly wonderful. And then Lord Ram said, but the main thing is, the really special thing is that when we are here together, I am going to give you special mercy, mercy like you've never had before. The greatest mercy I've got to give, I'm going to give that to you. And Mother Sita said, "Really? Wow, that's amazing. What is it? What is this mercy you're going to give me?" And Lord Ram said, "Yes, I'm going to give you the greatest of all mercy. You know what I'm going to do? We will be married, young people, but then in order to give you mercy, I will leave you. I will take sannyas. And therefore you will get to taste the nectar of separation, which is the highest ecstasy there is." Mother Sita, though, her reaction was not positive. She said, "No, you can't do that. That's terrible. You can't do that." And Lord Ram said, "No, I'm going to do it. And it is the greatest mercy for you. It's the greatest mercy that there is. Love in separation. It's much higher than love when you're together." And Mother Sita, of course, she couldn't really digest that. And then Lord Ram said, "You know, I wanted to give it to you now. When I got exiled, I came and told you, I've been exiled. And you said," Sita said, "when are we leaving?" And I said, "No, we are not leaving. I am leaving. You are staying in the palace." But you refused. You insisted to come with me. So actually, I wanted to give it to you then for your benefit, but I couldn't because you refused. So when we appear together in Kali Yuga here, then I will do it. I will give it to you. And in order to make sure that you get it, I will take sannyas, because then you can't come with me. We cannot be Mr. and Mrs. Swami. You'll just have to stay at home, and I'll just go, and that will be that. And then you'll experience this greatest ecstasy, the ecstasy of separation. So it's a nice story. I'm very fond of that story. And in the situation which we're all in, but you're more in than me, although I've been through it. Wow, my Lord, what an experience. But this separation you're going through, if you can, so to speak, if you can just kind of break through the emotion, the initial emotions, and sort of the disturbance which is naturally and unavoidably there, if you can do that, well, you can do that, and you need to do that, and you must do that, then you'll see that when you come through the initial on the surface, more on the surface type of feelings and the consciousness, you'll see that a great new vista of ecstasy and love in Krishna consciousness opens up in front of you, actually. And you'll find that even though it's in a different way and it's subtle, it's much more subtle, but it's very real, that Bhakti Charu Maharaj is there with you. He's actually there with you. And that the relationship under those circumstances becomes deeper and more meaningful and stronger than it ever was before. Even if you were associating with him face to face every day. And, of course, he was such a warm person and kind person. But even so, you'll find if you can break through, then on the other side, it's just an ocean of nectar. And then in due course, sooner or later, we're all going to be together again eternally. So, and this is Krishna consciousness, actually. To just get caught up in the grief, in the endless suffering of losing someone who's really close to you, that's really on the material platform, at least in many, many ways. In many ways, it's on the material platform. Not entirely, of course, but in many ways, it's on the material platform. So that Krishna consciousness means we go above the material platform, transcendental, above and beyond. But the thing is, we're conditioned to being on the material level. Therefore, we have to break through. Therefore, we have to make special efforts to accept within our hearts that the spiritual master is present, even though physically he's not. And to accept and to pray for the mercy to understand and appreciate that he is here with me. And I just need to open up my heart, and then I'll feel and appreciate his presence clearly and more clearly. So my time's up, but that's my message for you today. That's my message for you today. Please try and do that. Bhakti Charu Maharaj will be very happy if you do. Try and break through and then just get absorbed in his service in separation. get really absorbed in his service and fly his flag and carry things forward as his servants in transcendental separation from him. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj ki.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you for giving us your time and explaining the ecstasy in service and separation. Thank you so much, Maharaj. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai. So now I would like to warmly welcome His Grace Pragosh Prabhu. Pragosh Prabhu joined London Soho Street Temple in 1983. He's from Ireland. Currently, he's the GBC of UK and Ireland, and he's a co-zonal secretary for Mayapur. And he's the founder of Dandavats, or the person who is involved in its success. We'd like to welcome you, Pragosh Prabhu, on behalf of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami and all his disciples. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Dina Krishna, Hare Krishna. My obeisances to you. And my obeisances to all the devotees on this very special day. I'll start with a few oblations. Om Ajana Tamrandasha Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Umritam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayarupa Padamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Rasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj's Vyas Puja Day Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Very nice to be here today, and thank you so much for all the devotees, Prem Avatar Prabhu, I think in particular, but also Bhakti Prem Swami and different devotees for inviting me here today to speak a few words. I feel very unqualified. I should start with that. And of course, as devotees, we will all say things like that we feel unqualified. But every time I say it, I genuinely mean it, you know, that I'm not really qualified to glorify your incredible well-wisher and spiritual master, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj. Somehow or another, we had a very sweet relationship. He was so kind to me ever since I first met him back in actually around the early 80s. And yeah, I will be eternally grateful for that, eternally grateful. And I think I've said on different occasions that Bhakti Charu Maharaj, you couldn't really, both externally and internally, both materially and spiritually, you couldn't really get a devotee in our movement in ISKCON who you could compare with Srila Prabhupada, as I say, both externally and internally, given, of course, he was from Bengal, etc. So yeah, so I feel eternally blessed to have had so much association with Maharaj in different parts of the world, in Europe, England, Ireland, other parts of Europe, in India, America. We met in so many different places and always had a wonderful time together. And I'll always remember him like that. My memories of Bhakti Charu Maharaj will just always be super, super positive. When you're involved in ISKCON, and I guess particularly ISKCON management for so many decades, you sometimes have a not so super thought process in relation to certain personalities for whatever reason. That's life. But with Bhakti Charu Maharaj, it doesn't matter. You know, we're serving together for nearly 40 years, and generally in the ISKCON management arena, all I have is blissful, beautiful memories of Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And as I just was listening to Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, that's not over. That there's just a temporary interruption that's taking place now, and even it's not an interruption, because it's still there in service and still there in Vani, you know. But in terms of Vapu, there's a temporary interruption, and Vipralamba Seva is a key plank of our philosophy, and we understand it to be such a blissful thing anyway. So really, it's a win-win. The whole scenario in many respects is a win-win. Having said that, we're all sentient beings and we have friendships. And when we lose a friend, when we lose a well-wisher, when we lose a mentor, when we lose a spiritual master, obviously the heart feels pain, and we would be, you know, automatrons or whatever the word is if we didn't feel that pain. But still, it's not something that we should dwell on, actually. We should look at all the positives and look forward to all the future arrangements that will take place like that. And actually, I think we can all collectively dive into a pool of absolute nectar, both in terms of the past, the present, and the future as it relates to His Holiness Bhakti True Maharaj. Dina Krishna Prabhu referenced Dandavats when he was introducing me. On the front page of Dandavats today, on the video section, we have a talk given by Bhakti True Maharaj, and the title of that talk is Srila Prabhupada Taught Us How to Overcome Death. And for me, that says everything. Bhakti True Maharaj was such a scholar, so well versed in Shastra, but actually when you boil everything down, Srila Prabhupada came to the West, and not just the West, he also came, of course, to India and preached in India with all the people who are living a misguided life there. But Srila Prabhupada came with the message of Krishna consciousness, and it starts with, we're not the body, and understanding that we're not the body, we can then understand we don't die. And that's the essence of how we overcome death. But that's such a key thing. And we can talk, you know, the flowery words of the Vedas, which Maharaj, of course, would very well be able to do due to his great knowledge of Shastra. But it was just nice to put that talk on today, that's what Srila Prabhupada came to taught us. And that's what Srila Bhakti True Maharaj continued. That was the message he continued with. And he was so keen to do that, and so keen to do that in such a fulsome way. I'm already looking at the clock, and I have to be careful here because I had a few notes and I haven't even looked at my notes yet. I'm just talking still, just sort of spontaneously, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. So I'll just say that, you know, we all know Bhakti True Maharaj as the perfect Vaishnav gentleman. I mean, we all know, I don't think there's anybody on this planet who met Bhakti True Maharaj who wouldn't see him as the perfect Vaishnav gentleman. He was someone who, you know, we use this phrase in English, that someone who can simply light up a room just simply by entering it. And, you know, he reminded me every time I saw him, actually, and usually I'm thinking of Mayapur. So, you know, often some of the rooms that we're in Mayapur, they're quite big. So I might be at one end of a room, and then I'll see Bhakti True Maharaj entering from the other side of the room. And this was always an impression I had when I saw him. I always thought of that Bhagavad Gita verse where where Arjuna asked Krishna, you know, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is merged in transcendence? You know, how do they speak, and what language do they use? How do they sit, and how do they walk? That was actually the walking is actually referenced by Arjuna. And I just always remember thinking of that verse when Bhakti True Maharaj came into a room. You know, no doubt his speaking and all of those things, they were equally impressive, but just seeing him entering a room in that elegant, graceful way. I remember when I was a kid, they invented or whatever, that they built the first, and Dina Prabhu's a resident in the UK, so he'll it's a topical subject at the moment, actually. But they created a thing called a hovercraft that could bring people from the UK, from the southern shores of the UK, Dover, etc., to France. It's a topical subject now for anyone who's not aware, but we won't go into that. But this hovercraft, it was faster than anything else that had brought people from Britain to France or France to Britain, because it literally glided on the ocean. It didn't actually touch the ocean. There was air between the ocean and the boat, and it just used to glide along and bring people across. And then I remember, so again, watching Bhakti True Maharaj, it was as if he would glide across the floor, hovering. And to be perfectly frank, that was enough for me to know that he was a super special devotee on top of all the other things that he did, and etc. So that type of instant impression that I got, you know, observing Bhakti True Maharaj, that seems to also have been the case when Maharaj first met Srila Prabhupada, as at that very first meeting. Srila Prabhupada had the faith and confidence in Bhakti True Maharaj to entrust him with the, I guess you could say, on the using another sea or ocean analogy, with the titanic task of translating all of Srila Prabhupada's books into Bengali. And then just the way these things work out, you know, lo and behold, Maharaj, he not only honored that and completed that, you know, literally monstrous service, but so appropriately that it was during Srila Prabhupada's centennial year, the celebrations of the centenary. And, you know, as big and extraordinary as that particular achievement was, there were so many more that Maharaj was responsible for and inspired. And that's why, you know, we're all talking about him today. Of course, this is his Vyasa Puja day. But again, going back to the Dandavats reference, we've been doing that now for, I guess it must be a decade. You know, my memory is not so good, but I guess it must be there or thereabouts, about a decade that we've been doing Dandavats. And I have never seen in those 10 years or more, the whole Dandavats website being completely absorbed in the glorification of a devotee. It never happened before until Bhakti True Maharaj left us. And for days, it was just the front page, second page, third page. It just all filled up, and it was just a constant glorification, you know, of His Holiness Bhakti True Maharaj. And that again is just an indication of what a special, special, special devotee that he was. So all those achievements are there. But I thought I'd just mention a few that are very close to me personally, and very real for me in that sense. And I think it's always nice to speak from that kind of personal realization, and they'll remain with me, as I said at the beginning, all those kind of thoughts. Hopefully they'll remain with me forever, those thoughts of Maharaj. So yeah, so he was such a Vaishnava gentleman. And I, you know, never experienced anything other than that, you know, because, you know, people are many times put into difficult situations, challenging situations, stressful situations. But for me, you know, Maharaj was never anything but, regardless of the circumstances and situations, that he was anything other than that, you know, the perfect Vaishnava gentleman. So the other thing that I would say about Maharaj, Prabhupada, you know, he one time quoted, he said that there is no secret. There's no such thing as secrets or privacy for a sadhu, for a devotee. They have no privacy. Their ordinary social affairs, there's no difference between those and their private and public life. And for me, that's an extraordinary statement from Srila Prabhupada, simply because I know how much of a challenge that is, just speaking personally again, to live up to that there is literally no difference between what we do in private and what we do in public. It is exactly the same. That is, you know, just even something like basic bodily functions, whatever they may be, blowing your nose, scratching your nose, whatever, you know, it's kind of like, you'll be more mindful if you're in a public situation doing something like that, particularly in these days, than maybe you would in private. But that's just a relatively innocuous example. But it's just that principle of trying to achieve that. But that was something, of course, I wasn't with Maharaj 24/7 all the time, but I very much got a strong impression that literally any difference between Maharaj's public and private life was literally wafer thin. It was effectively the same. And that's a glorious thing. And from a philosophical point of view, we all know that Paramatma, Supersoul, is residing in our hearts. So really, if we're able to hold on to that realization and always retain that realization, then why would we have any difference between our public and private life? Because we're not fooling anybody, because the Paramatma is observing everything that is going on. But I very much saw that with Bhakti True Maharaj, that there literally was no difference between the two, but either of those things. And I can think of no greater example than a service that I was involved with Maharaj. And that was, and this is interesting because I speak about this, but well, let me say, it was the securing of our ISKCON temple in New York, in Brooklyn, a few years ago. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with that. And of course, Bhakti True Maharaj was so central to that. But the reason I want to cite it is because, and I had this conversation with him, it was kind of interesting, because you see Bhakti True Maharaj as that perfect Vaishnava gentleman, as such a soft soul. He was such a soft soul. I think I spoke before when Maharaj left and we were having different conversations like this. I spoke that whenever I was in his association, whenever I came into his association, I always felt completely at ease. I never ever felt any uncomfortableness or any sense of trepidation or any sense of nervousness. He just immediately always put me at ease because of his soft heart, his Vaishnava heart and his Vaishnava consciousness like that. So I did talk to him about this because in that Brooklyn situation, you know, that required a different set of qualities and a different set of a different kind of personality. Because at one point there was a lot of opposition, and Maharaj literally went into the lion's den of that opposition and just spoke so powerfully and so forcefully about what the actual position is and what all of these devotees who, for whatever reason, were resistant to following the ISKCON authority, etc. We won't get into that, but they were resistant. Yet Maharaj went in there, and in the face of all of that resistance, he explained very clearly and very powerfully why they were making a mistake and pleaded with them to, quote unquote, see the error of their ways. And then I remember he broke into kirtan, and the kirtan that he broke into was just such a super sweet but powerful kirtan. And you could see it visibly affecting all the devotees in that room. You could literally see that it was effectively changing their hearts on the spot like that for Maharaj. In England, we have a saying, "Oh, England, my lion heart." Actually, by the way, if I'm going over time, please somebody tell me, you know, and let me know that.
Sorry, it's 2 more minutes will be right. 2 more minutes.
Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay. So I don't think I'll get to everything. I wanted to finish on a light-hearted note, actually. Maybe I'll try to do that. But "Oh, England, my lion heart." This is a famous saying, and it comes from a a king in the Middle Ages, going back, I don't know, 400 or 500 years, Richard I. And it was because he was so brave and so fearless in the face of very, very difficult situations. And I really saw that in Bhakti Churu Maharaj, even though that wouldn't necessarily be something that we would immediately identify with Maharaj. But for the service of Srila Prabhupada, for the service of ISKCON, you know, he could do and would do anything that was needed. As we used to say in ISKCON many years ago, it was a very common phrase, "do the needful." Maharaj was so wonderful in that role of doing the needful, whatever it took. So let me finish on this. One time we used to do the Mayapur festival together a lot. And one time at the ceremony of the raising of the flag ceremony at the beginning of the festival, sometimes I would introduce that and do the kind of emceeing. And Maharaj would often be one of the speakers at that. And one time we were sitting down waiting for it to start. And he said to me, he said, "Oh, Pragosh, I hope you have some good jokes for the ceremony today." And I said, "Well, Maharaj, tell me this. Did you ever hear of the Englishman, the Irishman, and the Indian man? And they were all in a boat together, and the boat was sinking." And he says, "No." I says, "Okay, so the boat was sinking. There was too much weight in it. So the instruction to them was, you all have to throw something out of the boat that you have to reduce the weight, but you all have to throw something out of the boat that you have too much of in your country." So the Irishman threw out a load of beer. The Indian man threw out a big wok of curry. And the Englishman threw out the Indian man and the Irishman. So Bhakti Churu Maharaj was laughing at that. And then he went up, then we did the ceremony and he was speaking. And when he came back after speaking, and at the end of it, he said to me, "Gosh, Pragosh, you know, I was really struggling to keep a straight face while I was speaking because I was just thinking of your joke and I was continually chuckling to myself and I was worried I was going to actually start laughing uncontrollably." And that was so we had a little laugh about that. But then he said to me, "Pragosh, what I take away from your joke is Krishna telling me and you," because obviously I serve in the UK and Maharaj would be a regular visit to the UK, to England. He said to me, "What I take away from that joke is Krishna's giving us an instruction. We have to preach more in the UK, preach more in England, and convince all these people that they're not the body. And then when we convince them of that, they won't be throwing each other out of any boat. And I just thought, even a light-hearted joke, Maharaj would pull it back to the essence of Krishna consciousness, and very much going back to what I said at the very beginning, that today we have a presentation on Dandavats with Maharaj giving a talk on Srila Prabhupada taught us how to overcome death, the key being that we're not the body. And that's exactly what he did, turning that joke around to something very profound and very serious. So let me finish just by saying to all of you Prabhus, you have a spiritual master that the whole universe would just be so proud to have. There was, you know, if you had to have the ideal spiritual master, the ideal spiritual mentor, you really couldn't pick somebody essentially more perfect than His Holiness Bhakti True Maharaj. So even though these are difficult times and Maharaj has only left a few months, even though the pain is still there of that separation, actually your position is just one of pure good fortune. So thank you all very much, and let's remember all of Maharaj's wonderful qualities on this special day. His Holiness Bhakti True Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Pragosh Prabhu. Thank you so much for your wonderful talk. I feel so guilty to stop you and stop all the other great speakers, even though you could speak for hours. And but please, when coronavirus subsides, hopefully next year, please continue to visit Ujjain and different parts of the temples in the world and enlighten us.
I look forward to that very much, and thank you very much, Dina Krishna Brew. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So our next guest is a senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and every time we have a memorial festival in India, definitely in Ujjain or Surat, this person always comes. He always comes and gives us his association and speaks so fondly about Maharaj and about Srila Prabhupada. His name is Bashu Ghosh Prabhu. He's lived in India for more than 40 years, especially in Gujarat. He's a temple president of ISKCON Baroda, and he's very articulate in Sanskrit, Hindi, and Gujarati. And when I brought him to my mother's house over 20 years ago, he won't remember, but I remember, my mother was so impressed. She couldn't believe it to see a sadhu speaking Gujarati from America. And he's the ambassador of Vedic culture. So I'd like to warmly welcome on behalf of His Holiness Bhakti Charles Swami, His Grace Bashu Ghosh Prabhu.
Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So, respects and regards to all of you. Bhakti Prem Maharaj. Yeah, Dina Krishna, you were, there were two of you, right? There was Sika Wala and what was the other Wala?
Me, Dipesh, Mahaprasad. They used to call me Mahaprasad.
Mahaprasad and Sika Wala.
Yeah.
You were friends of Romapad, who
yes,
I'm in touch with, you know, almost daily. He's in Surat now.
Yes.
As you are probably aware. So you asked me to talk about Prabhupada, remembrances of Prabhupada.
Whatever you desire, Prabhuji, whatever.
Prem Avatar
yes.
said that the topic was remembering Prabhupada. Of course, you know,
yes,
I can remember Bhakti Charu Maharaj. It's really, you know, why we have a intimate relation with Bhakti Charu Swami, because, well, it was always there. Means I know him since around 1980, I guess. At the end of Prabhupada's days, I didn't go to Vrindavan due to circumstances that we don't have to get into. I was in Hyderabad from 74 till 79. And Maharaj joined in those days. He was with Prabhupada at the end. Those pastimes I didn't witness. But I came to, let me talk about Prabhupada then, since I was asked to. I came to India, it was February 1974, about a year after I joined in Chicago, to the day, middle of February. And I had never seen Prabhupada. I got initiated by a letter, right? That was I moved into the temple February 74, middle of February, and in December the letter came with my initiation, first initiation. And in February I flew to Bombay alone. I was 18 years old, Indian 19, 18 completed, 19 running. Got off the airplane. Actually, I got off, it's a long story, but the late Sridhar Swami picked me up at the airport in a Jeep. And I went to the temple, and next day Prabhupada came. So the first time I saw Prabhupada was at the Bombay airport. What the airport terminal is today and what it was in 1974 is, day and night difference. So Prabhupada walked off the plane, and we were there to greet him. And at that time, Satsvarup Maharaj, he used to be in Ireland 30 years ago. He's 80 years old now himself. He was Prabhupada's personal servant and secretary. Shrutakirti and Harishori or whatever, I can't remember exactly. But he used to cook Prabhupada's meals and do the secretarial work. And he was my GBC for Chicago. So he asked me to come and wash Prabhupada's pots. In Juhu, we were living in it was called a hut. It was just thatched. There was a kind of a bamboo.
It's 9 o'clock.
You might have seen it in Mayapur. Boy, how do I describe that? There were bamboo posts and just a covering made out of bamboo strips. And it was, there were thousands of rats. I can't describe it anymore. It was terrible. The prasadam was terrible, by the way. Our cook, he passed away also. He had taken sannyas. Prabhupada wouldn't give him sannyas. But later on, he took sannyas Tatpar. We used to call him Tatpur Maharaj. He was the cook in Juhu. Anyway, I was listening to Prabhupada was giving lectures every morning and or every evening. There was a morning walk. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, people used to come and have darshan. Meet Prabhupada. It was called the darshan. I was washing the pots before the darshan. And suddenly the door flew open. Prabhupada was standing there only in a kurta. And he said, "Can't you hear someone is at the door?" And I bowed down. I said, no, Srila Prabhupada. I went to the door and somebody was there. And I was cleaning the pots, so I didn't hear anything. I was in the kitchen and the bell was in another room. There were 6 buildings on the Juhu property before they built the new extension. I don't know how many people listening to this have been to Juhu. It was called Hare Krishna land, but before that it was called Nair Wadi because it was owned by that Mr. Nair. Anyway, one of the apartments was where Prabhupada was staying. So I took the opportunity after cleaning the pots to sit in this darshan period. And one thing I remember, the book Scientific Basis of Krishna Consciousness was printed, right? You know this book? I don't know how many people, how can we interact here? But it was written by the late Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj, who was at the time Swarup Damodar Brahmachari. And Prabhupada was showing this book to the guests, and he was very proud of that book. He endorsed that book a lot. I remember this. So that's a early memory of Prabhupada. After Bombay, I was 10 days there. We went in the train to Calcutta and we attended the 1974 Mayapur festival. I remember Prabhupada lecturing on Chaitanya Charitamrita every morning. The Adi Leela Volume 2 was the first one that was published, not the Volume 1. And it was a big yellow book, which later on they didn't continue with that format. They only printed the one in this big size. And Prabhupada was lecturing on that. The prasadam was again terrible. I remember many, many devotees were sick. Some of the big leaders, you might have heard Bhagavan Das was on his back. I remember distinctly seeing him in, the only good prasad we had was when Achyutananda, at that time Swami, took everybody to Sridhar Maharaj's mutt in Navadvip. And the prasad was first class. But I think it was Bhakti Sundar Govinda said something to Achyutananda, who reported that to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada chastised him. Why did you take everyone there? This is the story. Of course, I heard that secondhand, but I was there. And I remember different devotees from different countries, because there were 400 devotees came. It was the biggest to date. Actually, it was the second Mayapur festival that Prabhupada observed in Mayapur, a Gaur Purnima festival, I mean. The first one, 73, there were very few devotees, but 400 was a big number. There was only the Lotus building and it was unfinished. It was unfinished. Then we went to Vrindavan. We went in the train and with many devotees. Prabhupada, we were staying in the Fogala ashram, which Western devotees call Fogel ashram. And Prabhupada was lecturing, and right opposite, there was a 24-hour kirtan, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Sita Ram. So taking a cue from this, Prabhupada in his lectures said, you have come to Vrindavan, now try to understand Radha Krishna. Yeah, Sita Ram should be in Ayodhya, not in Vrindavan, but so Prabhupada used that. Then we went, Prabhupada split all the devotees, 400. There was a surprise announcement that Prabhupada wants everyone to stay in India for another month, which nobody had planned. And he said he wanted 200 devotees to go back to Mayapur and learn Varnashram Dharma. And, Varnashram Dharma meant making mridangas and simple village, what Mahatma Gandhi, or you want to call him Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, called Gram Udyog, village industries. Prabhupada had that idea that devotees should learn these simple village industries. And then at that time, there was a ceremonial post which was made by the government, but there was no political power, called Sheriff of Bombay, left over from the British Raj. And the Sheriff of Bombay had issued a letter. And in the letter, he said that the kirtan at Juhu is a nuisance. So Prabhupada wanted to do civil disobedience, satyagraha. So 150, 200 devotees he sent to Bombay. I went to Bombay and we did Harinam Sankirtan, 150 devotees every morning in the area around the temple as a protest against this letter of the sheriff. So I remember that. And I remember Prabhupada's lectures, but yeah, I don't remember the details. But I remember that we all went for the prasad, as I said, was terrible. And so one day we were invited to the home of P.L. Sethi, S-E-T-H-I, a Punjabi businessman who helped, later on, he built on all of those 6 buildings an extra floor, except for one building maybe. And he was very close to Prabhupada. He was a devotee of Radha and Krishna. He had his own Kirtan Mandal group. So when we were at his house, the prasadam was super excellent, fantastic, tasty, all kinds of items. And Prabhupada lectured there and praised Sethi ji to the high heavens. Sethi is the ideal householder. I remember this distinctly. You know, when I came, I had, in the US, I had heard cassette tape of Achyutananda Swami translating Chaitanya Bhagavat. And I was impressed by that. And when I reached Bombay, I heard Pancha Dravida Swami talking to Tamal Krishna Maharaj about their traveling in South India with Achyutananda. So when I reached Mayapur, I approached Achyutananda and asked him, could I travel on his party? And he said yes. And he said, I'll talk to Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who was the GBC of India. And I also boldly, even though I was a kid, approached Tamal Krishna Maharaj. He said, yeah, you can go and travel with Achyutananda. So Achyutananda sent me from Bombay to Hyderabad. And I was totally ignorant that Prabhupada was coming to Hyderabad and had a 5-day program in Hyderabad. And I remember we had a lunch. Recently, I got pictures of that program. There was a lunch engagement with Hari Prasad Badruka. Hari Prasad Badruka later on donated what is today the Hyderabad farm. There's only 50 acres. He gave 565 acres to Prabhupada. They made a trust. It's a long story. There was a court case dragging on for 30 years. I don't want to get into it. I really had nothing to do with that. But Badruka was a Marwari businessman, a Rajasthani businessman who was an industrialist. And he served a very nice prasad in his office. He had, you know, his house was far away, so they had lunch. And I remember Prabhupada getting up we were all together eating, but as soon as Prabhupada got up, all the devotees ran to his plate to get his remnants. And I was bewildered. I didn't know about that. I was a junior most. So I remember Prabhupada speaking in Sanskrit to a Rajasthani Brahmin who came to that program, and that he's in one of these pictures that somebody sent me recently. Prabhupada lectured for 5 days nearby the temple in an open ground, exhibition ground. And then 12 of us got in an old means a rented van. They were called the Matador van. It was some kind of a German design, but anyway, I don't know, old timers would remember these vehicles. And it was the hot summer had begun. You know, in India, summer begins in February. I remember when I got off the plane, I came from America with the coat and it was so cold. And I got off in Bombay and it was, 90 degrees. And by the time it was summer in April, it was 100 degrees every day. And this van was not air conditioned. So we're driving Achyutananda, Mahamsa, Akshayananda, and Pancha Dravida, 4 sannyasis, 4 sannyasis, and 5-6 brahmacharis. There's a video Yadubara made that I'm in. He made it in Tirupati. I don't know how he must have flown, because he didn't come with us in the van, or he took a train or whatever. Yadubara was there. It was a 3-day visit to Tirupati. I remember people who have eaten idlis in India. To give you some perspective, we sell in our Baroda temple snack bar, 2 idlis are 30 rupees. right? Well, one idli, which we stopped to eat on the road, was 10 paisa. So it gives you a perspective of how the prices have gone way up in the air. So at Tirupati, the Minister of Endowments, Charitable Endowments for Andhra Pradesh, now it's divided into 2 states, but Tirupati is still in Andhra and Hyderabad is in Telangana. But anyway, it was all Andhra at that time. And Badruka had arranged the minister come and receive Prabhupada, and tremendous prasad, you know, baskets and baskets of rice prasad, I remember. And I remember we had private darshan of Lord Balaji, Venkateshwara. And they cut off the line. There used to be an 8-hour line in those days. Later on, they built this huge Q complex, Q-U-E, how do you spell that? You know, standing in a line, Q complex. Now they give you a ticket that your darshan is at such and such a time. So you don't, theoretically, you don't have to wait, but you still have to wait in the Q complex, but you don't have to wait so long, like an hour, and you can sit. So they cut off this line. They sent us in, just Prabhupada and his disciples. Prabhupada did full dandavats, fully prostrated, which in Ramanuja temples, and Balaji Tirupati is in Ramanuja Sampradaya, they don't bow down in front of the deity. They bow down at the flag post. So, but Bengali Vaishnavism, you bow down in front of the deity. And Prabhupada got up and said, Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami, just like you hear on these tapes. And then he said, Balaji means Bal Krishna. This is all I remember. Prabhupada was giving a lecture in a building that's now been torn down. What the government did was tore down all the buildings surrounding the temple and made a big open area. But in those days, there was an old building. And after the lecture, Prabhupada went for darshan, and Yadubara put me on the 16mm projector. He had made this movie, Hare Krishna People. So I was running the projector. I missed the darshan that time with Prabhupada. So that was 3 days. How am I doing on time, Prabhu?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, 2 more minutes. Yeah, 2 more minutes.
1974 is over. Prabhupada came back to Hyderabad in 75 with 150 devotees who came in the train. There was a 5-day program. Then we all went to Vrindavan for the opening of Krishna Balaram Temple, Ram Navami 75. That was memorable. I'm just giving you a brief. Then Prabhupada came to Hyderabad in 76 twice. I was in Mayapur with Prabhupada in the 76 Gaur Purnima festival. And then in the beginning of 76, Prabhupada came to Chennai, which was Madras at the time. I was there. And then Nellore, 5 days program, I was there. And December 76, Prabhupada was in Hyderabad for 2 weeks. And then after that, I went at the end of 1 week to Nagpur to make life members. And then Prabhupada came to Bardha, which is 2 hours west of Nagpur, mostly south. And Prabhupada had a 2-day program there, which was organized by Giriraj Maharaj through Ramkrishna Bajaj, whose father was a famous associate of Gandhiji. So anyway, there's no time to get into all of that. Bhakti Charu Maharaj organized on his appearance day every year this Prabhupada Memorial Festival. And the last 3 years I attended in Ujjain. 1 year was in Surat. And this year again was supposed to be in Surat. But I believe that I believe that Krishna has called Maharaj either back home, back to Godhead, or to some other place in the universe where he wants Maharaj to preach. And it's our loss, but it's the will of the Lord. That's what I feel. Also, with great humility and without my suggestion, I've been appointed the regional secretary for Ujjain, and Bhakti Prem Maharaj has been appointed assistant. But let me tell you, he's going to run the show, and I'm just an umbrella for him. And to see that, you know, ISKCON India devotees will make sure that ISKCON Ujjain goes on just as it's gone on during the time of Maharaj.
Thank you, Vashukosh Prabhu. Thank you for your lovely class. So sorry to cut you short.
No, I understand. I saw the list, a lot of speakers, and wishing the function all success. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Now we're going to go straight into the temple room for the Guru Puja. And then at 7 o'clock, His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami will be speaking.
Guru Charani Rakhi Yese Tamagati Shri Guru Charani Rakhi Yese Tamagati Ye prasad pure sarva acha Ye prasad pure sarva चक्षुदान दिलोगे जन्म जन्म प्रभु के चक्षुदान दिलोगे जन्म जन्म प्रभु के दिव्य ज्ञान वेद प्रकाशिता दिव्य ज्ञान वेद प्रकाशिता प्रेम भक्ति हते अविद्या विनाश जाते करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा भूतनाथ लोके रजीवाना लोकनाथ लोके रजीवाना महाप्रभो करो दया देह मोरे पद छाया प्रभु करो दया देह मोरे पद छाया प्रभु देह मोरे ये दया घुस त्रिभुवना ये दया घुस त्रिभुवना Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Nitai Gaura Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namo Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shanavadi Paschatya Deshatarini Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gauravata Vrinda Jaya Shri Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna. So welcome back to the Memorial Festival for Srila Prabhupada. The reason we celebrate the Memorial Festival is because His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami for many, many years on his appearance day, the 17th of September, would glorify Srila Prabhupada's arrival to America. In particular, he came to Boston Harbor in 1965, 17th of September. So every year, Gurudev would do this program, invite his god brothers and god sisters to speak, and he would speak and glorify Srila Prabhupada. Hence, we have in the Guru Puja. Now, for the second half of the program, we have many different speakers from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. for the next 2 hours. His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami, His Holiness Lokanath Maharaj, His Grace Shesha Prabhu, His Holiness Radhanath Swami, His Holiness Sachinanda Maharaj, and His Holiness Hridananda Das Goswami. So our next speaker is His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami, who studied nuclear physics and joined ISKCON shortly after, and got initiated by Srila Prabhupada in 1976 in Mayapur, took sannyas in 1982, and has been the GBC, or been involved in the GBC since 1987, predominantly in Latin American countries. And he has a very close relationship with Bhakti Charu Swami. So on behalf of Bhakti Charu Swami and his disciples, we'd like to welcome you, Maharaj, to this beautiful memorial festival, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to glorify Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, my dear friend. My only lamentation was that I never got enough association, and that I was supposed to go just in a few weeks with him on pilgrimage in Mayapur. But anyway, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadishatarine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Charu Swaminiti Namane. So I was very happy to have this opportunity on the 17th of September, Srila Prabhupada's arrival, because your Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj, was an emissary of Srila Prabhupada. I just wanted to mention, before I go into my particular subject matter of Srila Prabhupada, that in 1970, Srila Prabhupada had his Vyas Puja ceremony for Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And on that occasion, Prabhupada sat on a very low seat, very, very low seat. Although devotees were used to seeing Srila Prabhupada on a very high seat, but he sat on a very low seat, and Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's picture was on a very high seat. So this reminded me, I was reading this recently, and it reminded me of the one time when Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj visited us in Mexico, and he came into my little office, and just 2 days before, there was a Murti of Srila Prabhupada that had one temple, our farm temple, had had been closed, and some devotees had kept the murti, but they brought it and they put it in my office. And the Vyasa was only, or the seat that Prabhupada was on was only about 3 inches higher than my seat. And Bhakti Charu Maharaj, in his usual very humble manner, he looked at me with a chastising smile, and then looked at Prabhupada's Vyasa. And immediately I understood, and I called the devotees and had them bring in 10 cushions and put Prabhupada on a much higher platform. So this was a constant evidence that I saw again and again of his glorification. His life was a glorification of Srila Prabhupada. And this incident has inspired me to speak what I wanted to speak today about Srila Prabhupada. And by his grace, I learned how there can never be enough reverence for Srila Prabhupada. And this is especially something that we have to inculcate, instill in our society in this generation, because if we don't, then Srila Prabhupada can be waysided, which would be the end of ISKCON. So Srila Prabhupada was the emblem of humility. When the devotees had purchased the Los Angeles temple and they prepared Srila Prabhupada's room, of course they did it very nicely. In Srila Prabhupada's first visit to Mexico, the devotees, as it's very common in Latin America, you do something at the last minute. Sometimes I say, don't do tomorrow what you could leave for the next day. That's the mentality. So they painted the floor, because it was a cement floor. They painted the floor, and then Srila Prabhupada came in, but the floor was still wet. It was oil paint, and oil paint takes a long time to dry. So the devotees had not gone into his room because they decorated everything, then they painted. And when one devotee walked into the room and stepped on the paint, it was just one step ahead of Srila Prabhupada. He immediately pulled off his dhoti and put it on the floor and spread it out. And he was just there in his kurta and spread it out so Srila Prabhupada could walk on the dhoti. And then another devotee took a chadar and put it on the floor so Srila Prabhupada could offer obeisances. And because at that time, his room, they had some deities in there. And Srila Prabhupada, of course, he understood what had happened. And he smiled and said, oh, this no problem. This is happening everywhere. I am used to the smell of fresh paint. Of course, it was a little too fresh. So when Prabhupada went into his room for the first time, and the devotees had painstakingly tried to discover what colors, what Srila Prabhupada liked, and they took from Srila Prabhupada's, he had spoken to devotees before how the house, the Mullik house, had been decorated, and so they tried to do it as much as possible just to make Srila Prabhupada feel with blue walls and white floor, although he had a red marble floor in the Mullik house. And Prabhupada was very pleased, but they had put a brand new rug. So Srila Prabhupada said, I will teach you the India system. India system is that you put a sheet over the rug, and only on special occasions do you take it off. Prabhupada said, otherwise the rug will be, will become used up and will not be very nice. And of course, that also reminded me how Srila Prabhupada would take one piece of paper and he would note down things, and then he would note sideways, and he would, even though Prabhupada had at his disposition hundreds of thousands of dollars, he would so carefully meditate on how everything belonged to Krishna, and it should be used very carefully. As Srila Prabhupada said many times, don't spend 1 farthing. Everything for Krishna, not 1 farthing for oneself. So Srila Prabhupada So devotees just kind of put a sheet over it. And Prabhupada said, no, the sheet must not have any wrinkles. And so two devotees got on their knees, and Prabhupada himself got down on his knees and started smoothing out the sheet and tucking it under the rug, said, this is how you do it. And Prabhupada said, now you have learned something from India. No, this is how things should be done. So Srila Prabhupada was very, very happy. And he instructed the devotees. The next day he went to the temple. He had his Vyasa-san at that time was in the back. And he instructed the devotees how to put the how to decorate the altar, how to put the symbols of Vishnu, and then he told the devotees, always keep this middle section, always keep it clear so that I can see the deities. So Prabhupada was instructing them, who is the spiritual master? What is the position of the spiritual master? But the devotees, they were very new. And then there were a series of events that happened. Of course, one on the first few days of Prabhupada giving classes, he was so happy to see this wonderful temple that he began his Bhagavatam class and he went into ecstasy. And he just was tears streaming from his eyes, his body shivering. And devotees had never seen this before. And so they just chanted Hare Krishna. And then Prabhupada came out of his ecstasy, said, is everyone all right? And then devotees were just Jai Prabhupada. Then he began to give his lecture. And this also happened in Caracas, Venezuela. When Prabhupada was visiting, he sang Paramakaruna. And as he sang it, about halfway through the song, tears were streaming from his eyes. And he went into ecstasy for like 15 minutes. And devotees didn't know what to do. And so one devotee said, we should chant. And they chanted. And then Prabhupada came out of his ecstasy, spoke just for like 2 minutes. And he said, they are so merciful. And then Prabhupada went to Miami. And they had just installed Gaura-Nitai deities. And Prabhupada said, these are our lordships, Shri Shri Gaura-Nitai. There is no need for Radha and Krishna. Gaura-Nitai is enough. And Prabhupada said, of course, Radha and Krishna, they can come, but one must be ready. But we must always worship Gaura-Nitai. And then he went to Atlanta. The same deities from the same mold, big brass deities. And Prabhupada again went into ecstasy because this was a Sankirtan festival. And Prabhupada, of course, Prabhupada was very, very keen on establishing Sankirtan. And seeing so many devotees distributing his books, he again went into ecstasy. And after he came out, he just spoke about the mercy of Gaura-Nitai, Paramakaruna. So anyway, going back to Los Angeles. So then after a few days, some things started happening. One morning, Srila Prabhupada took the Charnamrita and they gave him his usual 3 drops and he put it in his mouth and he made a very unhappy face. And he said, who has put salt in the Charnamrita? And one girl stood up and kind of giggling and laughing and said, and Prabhupada said, why did you do this? And she said, I don't know, laughing. And Prabhupada said, as he said many times, like one time, Shutta Kirti Prabhu was fanning him and there was a fly buzzing around Prabhupada's head. And Prabhupada said, the purpose of the chamara is so the fly does not come. And then Prabhupada turned to Tamal Krishna Maharaj and said, please get someone with some intelligence. So he said the same thing about this girl, that please get someone with some intelligence. How can this happen? And then he opened the Bhagavatam, which had just come out from the Boston press. And he looked at the front page and it said, A.C. Bhaktivedanta. And Prabhupada became very disturbed. And he said, why am I being reduced There was no His Divine Grace, there was no Prabhupada. And then Prabhupada, shortly thereafter, he said, every temple, every letterhead, everything should have ISKCON founder Acharya A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Because Prabhupada did this so that his position as the founder Acharya would be managed. And then Prabhupada opened the Bhagavatam and it cracked and the pages started falling out. So Prabhupada could see that his disciples, although very sincere, were very neophyte and they didn't understand. And then during a Srimad Bhagavatam class, Srila Prabhupada spoke to one of his leading lady disciples, Nandarani Devi Dasi, and he said, so are you chanting 16 rounds? And she said, I'm trying, Prabhupada. So Prabhupada could understand, my disciples are not reading my books, my disciples are not chanting. So Prabhupada perceived that there was a danger. And then that danger became greater and greater. In India, he got a letter from his disciples who had just been installed in India saying that his god brothers were complaining, that they're calling him Prabhupada, and they were creating doubts in the minds of his disciples. And then all these things started affecting his writing, because Prabhupada would, he would have many books and he would do his translating, he would refer to his previous books. He needed so much concentration that it was disturbing him. And he spoke to the devotees. And then he got a letter from Guru Das saying that Mr. Parikh had been giving class from his Vyasa-san. And he said, why are you allowing? Because he was asking Prabhupada, sometimes he's speaking about Aurobindo, and sometimes he's speaking about someone else. And Prabhupada said, no one should sit on my Vyasa-san. And no one who is not a dedicated member should not be speaking. And so Prabhupada could see another symptom. And then he started seeing that the leaders and the new sannyasis were speaking that, Prabhupada, he's old and we should take over the management. So Prabhupada called Tamal Krishna Maharaj and said, get me out of here. He called some of his leaders and he established the GBC body. He said, he called his most trusted leaders and said, you have to run the society. I'm going to India. I have to go to India. And of course, he stopped on the way, he stopped in Japan. And in Japan, he got the most disturbing report that after the Janmashtami festival, that some of his sannyasis were saying that Srila Prabhupada left the United States because he was rejecting his disciples. And that from this point on, because they didn't realize that Prabhupada was God. And so Prabhupada was so disturbed. And then the next day, well, actually the same day, but they had the Vyas Puja ceremony. This was the first Vyas Puja ceremony. And so the devotees came up, they didn't know what to do. They were standing in front of Prabhupada. And Prabhupada said, where is the Pushpa Yatra, the Pushpa ceremony? And devotees, so the only thing they had heard of as Pushpa was Pushpana, which is Pushpa rice. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj told the devotees, go cook Pushpa rice. And they brought a big pot of Pushpa rice and put it down. Prabhupada's hungry, he wants Pushpa rice. And Prabhupada said, what is this concoction? And then they started reading some things, they didn't know what to do. And Prabhupada said, everybody sit down. Tomorrow we will do this again. And he instructed everybody how to do the Vyas Puja. And Prabhupada had realized at that point that Mayavad philosophy had come in, his disciples didn't know what they were doing. And so he wrote many, many letters. You have to chant your rounds. You have to read my books. And you have to understand all of these things. And so Prabhupada, for days and days, he wrote, and he got more letters. The devotees were confused after the New Vrindavan Vyas Puja ceremony. And then he wrote a letter, and they thought that he had rejected him. So Prabhupada wrote a letter, my dear sons and daughters, and everybody was relieved. Prabhupada has not rejected us. And Prabhupada explained Mayavad philosophy, and this was a big mistake. And anyway, the point I wanted to make, because my time is almost up, is that Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj dedicated his life to making sure, that's why I'm bringing up these particular points. He wanted to make sure that Srila Prabhupada's legacy would go on. Srila Prabhupada, on many occasions, at one point, he was even beginning to translate the 11th canto. But it was all interrupted by so many problems. And as we know, Srila Prabhupada wanted to finish the Bhagavatam. He wanted to translate other literatures, but he was so concerned that ISKCON would be solid, that there would be a GBC that would represent him, that this movement would go on, that he gave up his most cherished, this is what I always consider one of Srila Prabhupada's greatest characteristics. He gave up the most cherished activity of translating to make sure this movement would go on. And therefore, I always felt that Bhakti Charu Maharaj had this mood of making sure with his disciples, with the world and the GBC meetings every time, that this ISKCON movement would go on and Srila Prabhupada would be properly glorified. So this is the message that I wanted to give in glorification of Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj and his wonderful effort to maintain and sustain ISKCON, which was Srila Prabhupada's very fervent desire. So I want to thank you very much for your kind attention. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj ki jai.
His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Maharaj, for giving us these beautiful stories of Srila Prabhupada and then summarizing it with Bhakti Charu Swami, keeping the integrity of ISKCON alive. Thank you so much. And now, thank you so much, Maharaj. And now we will go to our next guest speaker, His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj, who joined in 1971 while he was studying chemistry, and he gave it up to join Srila Prabhupada's movement in 1972. He got initiated, and in 1975, just 3 years later, he took sannyas from Srila Prabhupada. He's the Minister of Padayatra, and during Srila Prabhupada's centennial in 1996, 2008 Kailashis, which was offered to Srila Prabhupada on his centennial. And he's most famous for his classes and ecstatic kirtans. Holiness Lokanath Maharaj ki jai. On behalf of Bhakti Charu Swami, we'd like to welcome you to this memorial festival, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Really? Manchakalpataruvishya kripa sindhu vevacha padidhanam bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. And yeah, Dina Krishna Prabhu, you said you're inviting me on behalf of those that touched my heart. And also reminded me that in the past, Bhakti Charu Maharaj used to invite me himself. He himself used to invite me And on a number of occasions on his Vyas Puja day, which he did not call this as a Vyas Puja day, being so much Prabhupada conscious, he was promoting this as a Srila Prabhupada Memorial Day. Hari Hari. So I either used to attend this. I was in Durban, South Africa, attending such Hare Krishna festival many years ago. And a few years ago, I was in Surat. Bhakti Prem Sai Maharaj remembers, maybe others remember. There are some new bhaktas probably. I'm sure they also have. So, Hari Hari. So, so either I used to attend or I used to send my some devotee on my behalf to offer my Shraddhanjali, my offering unto Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. But suddenly he has left us, and I suppose it is Krishna's gain and it's our loss. Krishna gained Bhakti Charu Maharaj, and we all lost Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. And in some sense, we lost. But yeah, Bhakti Charu Maharaj is also, or he was in his body. Bhakti Charu Maharaj is a spirit. Spirit is his personality, his constitutional position. So body has gone, our body is now sitting in Samadhi in Mayapur. But his spirit is here. I think very easily we could conclude that in spirit is right here, right with us, even today. And as we remember him, he appears, right? He appears on our mind, in our heart. We are reminded of us being with him and his loving dealings and this and that. So in spiritual sense, we are still together. We are so I'm sure you have sung the song. Yanilo Premadhan Karuna Prachur Yana Prabhu Kotha Gela Bhakti Charu Thakur. So we had heard Bhakti Charu Maharaj singing this song on disappearance day of Srila Prabhupada or disappearance of other acharyas. We used to hear Maharaj singing this song. Where has Rupa Goswami gone, and where has Sanatan Goswami gone? And so now we sing the same song, and now we raise the question, where has Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj gone? And we certainly miss him, and really. yeah, but we remember him, and yeah, that way we get his association, or that way we stay in touch with Maharaj. So it is not just disciples have lost him, but we, his brothers, also have lost him. So Bhaktichara Swami Maharaj, he, so he was known for Srila Prabhupada consciousness. He was Srila Prabhupada conscious, so much Srila Prabhupada conscious. He did not have much time with Srila Prabhupada, only 10 months we spent much more time with Srila Prabhupada. But within a short time of 10 months or so, Bhakti Charasai Maharaj became Prabhupadized, as we say, Krishnaized. So Bhakti Charasai Maharaj became Prabhupadized, and he became so much Prabhupada conscious. And then, well, he dedicated his life. We heard from Tamal Krishna Maharaj a long time ago how when Prabhupada departed, Bhaktacharya Maharaj also was thinking, what good is staying on without Prabhupada? Let me also give up my life, or let me also enter Samadhi, or be with Prabhupada, go with Prabhupada. And others had to dissuade him from doing so. So then he translated all Srila Prabhupada's books into Bengali. I think that made him more Prabhupada conscious and Krishna conscious at the same time. Prabhupada consciousness is Krishna consciousness, or Prabhupada was Krishna conscious. So being Prabhupada conscious is being Krishna conscious. Yeah, then Bhaktacharya Maharaj, to immortalize the glories of Srila Prabhupada, he made the documentary Abhay Charan. Hari Hari. Bhaktacharya Maharaj, one of his, amongst many seminars that he would give, ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada, ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada, ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada. This was his most famous seminar. Now he wanted to make sure Prabhupada is in the center of ISKCON. Prabhupada as a ISKCON founder Acharya. And on and on. Ujjain temple, well, they started making Prabhupada murtis. And so that also shows his Prabhupada consciousness. He wanted to make Prabhupada murtis available, more easily available. And he would also give them to some of our temples. He gave them a big discount. we're getting Prabhupada Murtis from Ujjain temple. And you could see, as I said earlier, he would not promote this, his birthday, Vyas Puja day as a Vyas Puja day, his birthday, but as Srila Prabhupada Memorial Day. And then he used to invite different devotees. As today also, we are being invited. We just heard from, well, Vashu Ghosh Prabhu. We heard from Guru Prasad Maharaj. Shesha Prabhu is waiting in the line. So Maharaj used to invite, and he would prefer that we glorify Srila Prabhupada on this Srila Prabhupada Memorial Day. So some years ago, yeah, so today is the 17th of September. And I think he was making this Vyas Puja into Prabhupada Memorial Day because this is the day Prabhupada arrived in America. And his birthday and Prabhupada's arrival in America coincides. So a few years ago, we had approached Maharaj as we were getting ready to conduct World Holy Name Festival. And we wanted Maharaj to say a few words so that we could promote the World Holy Name Festival. So I have that video, short recording I wanted to share with you. Maharaj promoting World Holy Name Festival and this Prabhupada Memorial Festival, World Holy Name Festival, both are taking place today, right here and now, today. So let's
Hare Krishna. Like every year, we are also going to celebrate the World Holy Name Week. This year it's starting on the 17th September. Actually, 17th September is the day when Srila Prabhupada arrived in America. And that's why this particular day is very special for all of us. And this Holy Name Week actually started in 1996 while we were celebrating Srila Prabhupada's centennial. As you all know, the holy name is the only way for spiritual progress in the age of Kali. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama. Follow Nasteva, Nasteva, Nasteva. Srila Prabhupada went to America, and how did he start the movement? He just started the movement by chanting. He was alone and he just went to Pumpkin Square Park and started to chant with Kaka, and people started to respond. And this is how this movement actually started. Srila Prabhupada expanded it within 10 years' time. And he already spread it all over the world in all the major cities. But now it's expanding. Actually, millions of people have responded to this call of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and congregationally chanting and making their life successful. So please take part in this Holy Name, World Holy Name Week, and chant and dance, please, and enjoy. Repeat the holy name, that's all. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, The World Holy Name Week Ki Jai. Thank you.
So before I close, I am asked by the organizers of Srila Prabhupada Memorial Festival, Vyas Puja Festival of Bhakti Charu Maharaj, I'm asked to launch, yes, I should do that, right? Launch the Marathi
Yes, Maharaj.
translation of the Ocean of Mercy, the Ocean of Mercy book Maharaj wrote. So that book has been translated in Marathi, and here it is. Kripa Sindhu is in Marathi, my mother tongue. And what am I doing? Oh, you yes, I have it. So, so I, of course, my book inside is something else, but and I also had I was invited to write preface, and which I have done. I have called that as a Manogat, and so this is a great contribution to the Marathi literature. Okay, that is my Manogat, and Hari Hari. So we welcome this treasure house, the Ocean of Mercy, called Kripa Sindhu. Okay. Loknath Swami, 20th August, Pandharpur or something. Yeah. So I would like this book should be promoted widely all over Maharashtra. All our temples in Maharashtra, we definitely want to promote and distribute this book, Kripa Sindhu, by Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. And yeah, and I would also like to encourage, yeah, all his disciples to translate this book, Ocean of Mercy, in as many languages as possible. Kirti Yasha Sajivati, one whose Kirti is known, prevailing, he continues to live. Huh? He never leaves us, but he lives amongst us in the form of his Kirti. So this book is full of Kirti. Of course, this book is full of Kirti of Prabhupada, glories of Prabhupada, along with glories of glorious disciple Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. So to print this book in as many languages and distribute books, and read these books, and let the memories of Srila Prabhupada also, and Bhakti Charu Maharaj especially, remain fresh on the minds of all those readers and all the people in the future. So, Hari Hari.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. I do apologize for stopping you, but we ran out of time. And our next speaker is going to come, Sesha Prabhu. But thank you so much, Maharaj, with so much emotions. You're speaking about our beloved Gurudev. And we're touched by the forward you've written in the book and your desire to promote this book all over Maharashtra. Hare Krishna Maharaj. His Holiness Loknath Swami Maharaj ki
Jai. Hare Krishna, Deva Krishna Prabhu. Just one minute I'll take to just share this thing which I have shared on the screen. To get this book, we can to get the book, devotees can contact on this following number, which has been given over here, and bhakticharuswami.com is also available on the website. You can see if someone scrolls down the bhakticharuswami.com page, then they can order it from here. And also there is a number of quantity they can also give over here, and those who want in bulk, they can also order it from here. So I'm going to post these things on the chat, so those who require to order, they can order it from there. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
We want to get 200 books.
Haribol.
Begin with, and more in future.
Hare Krishna. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker. In 1973, he was inspired by In God We Trust party, which was set up by Srila Prabhupada and headed by Balavanta Prabhu. And he was inspired to join this party. And in 1974, he started to join the BBT book distribution party that went to different universities across the United States. He is the GBC of different parts of Florida, a Minister for the Education, Development and Justice. And he was very, very close to our dear Gurudev. I'd like to introduce, and on behalf of Bhakti Charu Swami, welcome His Grace Shesha Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Shesha Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutalaya Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Vacharani Virvashesha Shrinivari Vastasade Satana Vanchikava Churvyascha Vasanu Vevacha Sita Nam Bhavani Veva Vaishnavi Veva. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki. So I'd like to thank the organizers of this Vyas Puja celebration, Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, for the opportunity to share a few thoughts and remembrances of Maharaj. Actually, when Lokanath Swami was showing the video of Bhakti Charu Maharaj, that's the first time I had seen him in his Vapu since he left this world a couple of months ago. So it was an interesting, kind of unique experience, because unfortunately, due to my service, I wouldn't see Mars so often. And so the time between July 4th and now would be a regular time period, a few months where I wouldn't see him. So seeing the video of him all of a sudden come on the screen, it was a little startling to me to think that his Vapu is no longer available. Anyway, we all have to come to terms with that individually, and I know that I'm not the only one that struggles with trying to comprehend that he's actually no longer here with us. We can no longer visit him. Actually, today in Deland, you're familiar with his project in Deland, there's a small Vyas Puja celebration going on there, starting around noon, a couple of hours from now, our time. And so, anyway, what I wanted to speak about was Maharaj's qualifications. Not that I'm one to judge any qualifications, but as an outside observer of his qualifications and how they manifest in his service, is what I thought that I would focus on today. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Yayatam mam papajante tam satari bhajami aham. He says that by one's qualification, papajante, then bhajami, he rewards the devotee for his surrender. And so how does he do that? He does that in terms of service and closeness to his devotees. We saw this in the life of Bhakti Swami Maharaj, how he was special in this regard. Lokanath Swami was mentioning how he didn't have so much time. He came late in the service of Srila Prabhupada. And at that time, there were many brahmacharis in ISKCON serving Srila Prabhupada. Of course, many sannyasis too. But the brahmacharis were sort of in an interesting position that they were sort of almost kept out of the inner circle with Srila Prabhupada. No, you can't go. Who are you? And there was a big wall of sannyasis always surrounding Prabhupada. We couldn't go and approach him. But I truly believe that wasn't so much that we were being excluded by sannyasis or other senior devotees from finding ourselves in an intimate situation with Srila Prabhupada, but rather it's because we weren't qualified. Yayatamam papajante. If we were truly surrendered, then that qualification would allow us the association with Krishna and his devotees. Of course, we don't tend to think like that. We think we're very qualified, but if we compare ourselves to Bhakti Swami Maharaj and his history, although coming, as Lokanath Swami said, just toward the end of Srila Prabhupada's manifest pastimes, we can see his qualifications by the association, by the being able to enter into the intimate service of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Starting from the first time when he met Srila Prabhupada in Allahabad for the Kumbh Mela, he was allowed in. So many brahmacharis were there, having kirtan all day in a big crowd at Kumbh Mela, distributing books. And Prabhupada was there too, but was there the opportunity to go into his tent and speak with him personally? That wasn't brahmachari's duty. Brahmacharis were just servants. And also, we weren't qualified. But Bhakti Swami, even though a new man, he was very qualified. He brought his qualification of surrender to Srila Prabhupada from the very beginning. Therefore, even in Allahabad, in Kumbh Mela, he was able to go in and have a personal darshan of Srila Prabhupada. It's like it was coming from a previous birth, previous qualifications and service to His Divine Grace. Therefore, when a party was made to travel back to Mayapur from the Kumbh Mela, obviously it had to be small party, intimate association, but somehow or another, this new man was concluded in the entourage with Srila Prabhupada and engaged in his personal service. This is the history, this is the qualification, the papajante, the surrender of Bhakti Swami Maharaj to Srila Prabhupada. And it was manifest right from the very beginning by having him come into his intimate association. And over the short period of time that Prabhupada had remaining with us in this world, Bhakti Swami Maharaj was one of the personal servants, cook, even confidant of his divine grace. This is all coming from his qualification for Bhajan Day, because he was surrendered Bhajami. He was rewarded with this type of intimate association with Lord Krishna's pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada. And of course, throughout his service over the next 40 years, 50 years, how long ever it's been, he continued to show his closeness, his serenity to Srila Prabhupada by being awarded very confidential service. Lokanath Swami mentioned translating Srila Prabhupada's books into Bengali. Prabhupada said, "These books are my ecstasies." And he handed over his ecstasies, his translations of the Vedic literatures, trusting his translator, Bhakti True Swami. Not an ordinary thing to render that kind of trust of the message that he wanted to give the world. And so Bhakti True Swami Maharaj took that, translated it into Bengali, so that his mission, Srila Prabhupada's mission, could spread there. Of course, we don't want to miss the fact that Bhakti True Swami performed the intimate service of placing Srila Prabhupada's divine grace, Srila Prabhupada in Samadhi. How is it possible, without being surrendered, that one gets the opportunity for such mercy, one's rewarded with such mercy? So Bhakti True Swami Maharaj was a very, very special disciple of Srila Prabhupada, a very dear godbrother. Actually, despite his qualifications, or maybe because of his qualifications, he was very kind to the fallen devotees such as myself. I recall that many years ago, maybe about 20 years ago, he and Radhanath Swami teamed up to do a parikrama of Navadvip down. So I was fortunate to be able to be on that parikrama, and I came there with my family, my wife and 2 small children. And at that time, Bhakti True Swami was making special arrangements for the mothers with their children so that they could join the parikrama party without undue inconvenience. And he made the point that in this age of Kali, austerity is not the purpose, but mercy is the Lord's method. And so those ladies, and my wife really appreciated this, she still mentions it every time we talk about Bhakti True Swami, that he made special arrangements so they wouldn't have too much austerity, but would still be able to visit the holy places in Sri Navadvip. This was the kind nature of Bhakti True Swami Maharaj. And devotees around the world perceive that and experience that. And it's one of the reasons why he's so beloved. It makes you wonder, why was he taken from us when we need that type of feeling and affection from a senior leading devotee in Srila Prabhupada's movement. Of course, we can't know definitively, but we can certainly think that this same attitude of being surrendered is why he was called from this world to rejoin Srila Prabhupada, because he's the surrendered soul. Actually, just this morning, I was hearing the class by our godbrother Shiva Ramaswamy, and he was recalling this same idea about qualification in relation to Bhakti True Swami Maharaj. And he took us back in his talk, he was taking us back to the time of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance Leela in Vrindavan in 1977. And he was saying that Bhakti True Swami approached Srila Prabhupada at one particular point in time where he could, in a private setting, ask Srila Prabhupada a question. So his question was, Srila Prabhupada, if you leave, how will I know my Swarup? And Sri Ram Swami tells that Srila Prabhupada's answer was the same idea of Yayatam Mampapajante Tam Satara Bhajami. He told Bhakti True Maharaj, you qualify yourself and I will come and explain everything to you. That kind of exemplary disciple we aspire to be. So now, actually later today, I'll be continuing the service that was very dear to Bhakti True Swami Maharaj here in the United States, and where he came upon leaving India for the final time, where he came to be that general in the battlefield that he spoke of. This is the DeLand Project in Central Florida here. It's a crucial time in that endeavor, and I understand that Maharaj's disciples around the world want to carry forward that project. Of course, that will be difficult without his leadership, that we have to admit. But as I mentioned, later today, there's a group of devotees who will be talking about what the GBC can do to help maintain that land project. I don't have answers for that, but let's discuss and we'll see as we continue our service to His Divine Grace, Bhakti True Swami Maharaj. So that's all I have to say. I'll make room for the other speakers. I think Radhanath Swami is next. Certainly he'll get out of his way and hear his glorification for Bhakti True Swami Maharaj. Thank you all. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Shesha Prabhu, His Grace Shesha Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your lovely talk. Now, we have the next schedule for our speakers. So from 8 to 8:20 is His Holiness Radhanath Swami. And then from 8:20 to 8:40 is His Holiness Satyananda Swami. Then from 8:40 to 9 o'clock is His Holiness Hridayananda Das Goswami. And then from 9 o'clock to 9:15 is His Grace Atma Ram Prabhu. So I'd like to warmly welcome His Holiness Radhanath Swami on behalf of Bhakti Charu Swami and all his disciples. His Holiness Radhanath Swami is a very special devotee, a pillar amongst the ISKCON society. He got initiated in 1973, and ever since that time of meeting Srila Prabhupada, he's constantly given his life and soul to the propagation of Krishna consciousness. You judge a tree, Prabhupada says, by its fruits. So if you see many of the personalities that His Holiness Radhanath Swami has cultivated are giving Krishna consciousness to millions and millions of people all over the world. By that one small temple in Chowpatty, Mumbai, he has created so many projects. And I just remember one story Bhakti Charu Swami told us. He said that he was in a meeting with His Holiness Radhanath Swami in Mumbai, and it was a meeting with those who supported Ritvikism. And Maharaj Radhanath Swami said something, and the person felt offended. And Maharaj immediately bowed down and offered his obeisances and asked for forgiveness. And Guru Maharaj told us, Maharaj is so humble. He's so humble, and he appreciated that humility that Radhanath Swami possesses. And he's so dear to our Gurudev. So on behalf of Bhakti Charu Swami, we would like to honor and invite His Holiness Radhanath Swami to our Prabhupada's Memorial Festival. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirbhishesha Shunyavadi Paschadate Shatarine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I am sincerely honored and grateful for this opportunity to be with all of you on this very special, auspicious day where we are celebrating the Vyas Puja of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. I am lost for words after hearing the previous speakers, their appreciations of Bhakti Charu Maharaj, their realizations, and how it has all brought them to deeper love and surrender to Srila Prabhupada. Since the disappearance of Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, I've spent very special time studying his book, Ocean of Mercy, seeing his video lectures and kirtans on the internet, and remembering him. And it is truly a reality that Vaishnavas never die, but live to spread the holy name around. The idea of viraha, or service in loving separation, is at the very heart of the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Our beloved Srila Prabhupada, most of us, we were serving him at the time of his Vapu for perhaps 8 or 10 years at the most. And for so many decades since that time, we've been serving in separation. And we have the experience that if we're surrendering to the will and the instruction of Srila Prabhupada, we feel his presence in a deeper and more intimate way than ever before. And that presence is felt when we read his books, when we hear his recordings, when we serve his mission, and especially when we're in the association of those devotees who love him. Srila Prabhupada himself told us that there was never a moment when he was not feeling the presence of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. Bhakti Charu Maharaj, in his disappearance, he's living even more prominently in the hearts of those who appreciate and love him. And the all-pervading nature of the presence of how we feel him and how we appreciate him at this time is something that really is the mercy of Lord Krishna. I congratulate all the followers of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. You are forever blessed. At this time, in one sense, there's a feeling of being deprived of his association, but in a higher way, at this time, your good fortune is expanding and increasing and has the potential of becoming more and more intimate. As was said by Shesha Prabhu and Lokanath Maharaj and Guru Prasad Swami Maharaj and others, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, a very qualified person, highly educated, highly cultured. In many ways, the whole world was there for him if he, in any way, he decided to pursue a successful life. But Krishna in his heart was calling him. And he called him to the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. They met in Allahabad at the Kumbh Mela, Prayag, the very same place that Rupa Goswami received instructions from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the very seed of the nectar of devotion. And Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj had just been reading Nectar of Devotion. It was in that experience that he accepted Srila Prabhupada as his guru. When Srila Prabhupada gave him the service of translating his books in the Bengali language, such a historical event, Bhakti Charu Maharaj was not even yet initiated, and he was given such a service. Soon he was initiated, and he was also given the service of being Srila Prabhupada's secretary for all of India. How much Srila Prabhupada put trust in him. And what does that indicate? It indicates a pure heart of surrender. That is who Bhakti Charu Swami was, and that was his life. Of all the translators of Srila Prabhupada's books, historically, I think Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj spent the most time actually going over the translations with Srila Prabhupada, because it was Bengali, Srila Prabhupada's own native language. In fact, the native language of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu and our whole Gaudiya Sampradaya. So he was in such intimate connection with Srila Prabhupada in this way. And when I think of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, I remember Ishwara Puri, who was so highly qualified in every way, great sannyasi. He rendered the most menial, simple services to his Guru Maharaj, Srila Madhavendra Puri, just before Madhavendra Puri disappeared from this world. He would sing about Krishna for his guru. He would clean his urine, his stool. He would massage him. The simplest services he would offer with a grateful heart, considering it the highest fortune. And because of this, such a highly qualified person doing such simple service, Madhavendra Puri blessed him with love for Krishna. And in that blessing, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, of all the great souls in the world, he chose Ishwara Puri to be his guru. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu served Ishwara Puri in the same way. In Gaya, he would cook for Madhav, he would cook for Ishwara Puri. He would massage his legs. He would clean up for him. Bhakti Charu Maharaj, he was rendering this very menial, heartfelt service at such a critical time in our movement's history. At the time when Srila Prabhupada was giving the last instructions through his translations and through his life's example. Srila Prabhupada, during these days, he made his will. He was focusing on the very heart of what he was teaching us through all the years of his pastimes during this Antya Lila. And Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj was right beside him for all these months at his bedside, cooking for him, massaging him, cleaning for him, giving him medicines. In every way, Srila Prabhupada, he received the loving heart of Bhakti Charu Maharaj through his service. And attentively observing Srila Prabhupada, hearing from Srila Prabhupada, seeing what Srila Prabhupada was emphasizing most, Srila Prabhupada gave Bhakti Charu Maharaj such a deep, encompassing understanding of what Srila Prabhupada wanted for the future of our society. And Vyavashayatmaka Buddhireke Hakuru Nandana. As His Holiness Lokanath Maharaj explained, when Srila Prabhupada left this world, Bhakti Charu Maharaj felt that there was nothing. Sunyayatam Jagat Sarvam Govinda Virahename. The world was a dreary void for him. But in that apparent void, it was filled with this ocean of mercy of Srila Prabhupada's presence through serving the Vapu, serving the will of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada would sometimes say that for one who much is given, much is expected. All that Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj received from Prabhupada, he understood that it was given to him so that he could give it to others. And that is why throughout his life, how much prominence he gave to the importance of ISKCON as Srila Prabhupada's movement, as the home that Srila Prabhupada built for all of his disciples and for all of his followers and for potentially the world. how much he gave emphasis on the sanctity of the position of the GBC. And Bhakti Charu Maharaj, he saw as much as anybody in this world all the various ups and downs and difficulties that the leadership of our movement has passed through over the years. But still, that faith was based or built on the foundation of one of Srila Prabhupada's prominent desires for his society. And as Bhakti Charu Maharaj so menially, so humbly served Prabhupada's physical body during those months in 1977, that service is extended through serving the devotees who Srila Prabhupada loves. Gopi Bhartur Padakamalayur Das Das Anudas. To be the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant. And Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, as we have heard from Shesha Prabhu and his good wife, how Bhakti Charu Maharaj was so concerned with the mothers and the children of the devotees during a yatra of thousands of people when everybody was so busy with so many other concerns. He was always appreciating, always glorifying, always uplifting devotees, his disciples, his godbrothers, godsisters, and any follower of ISKCON, and in fact, any person in the world who came in contact with him. This is what Srila Prabhupada empowered him to do, to give love, to give appreciation. And he would serve in such a magnanimous way, and yet he would often, when he would appreciate devotees in such humility, would bring tears to our eyes. He would say that, "I'm envious of you." There was no envy in his heart, but he would say that as a way of showing how much he deeply appreciated and how much he found joy in humbling oneself in his service to other devotees. I find it very special that he made Ujjain his special project. That is the place that Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram personally rendered service to their guru, Sandipani Muni. It was in Ujjain, Avanti Desh, that Lord Krishna would do the menial services of massaging his guru and collecting wood for the yajnas of his guru. Ujjain represents Krishna setting the highest standard of performing the most menial service to one's spiritual master. And that was Bhakti Charu Swami's life. In his relationship with Prabhupada, he rendered the most menial and sincere service, and at the same time was offering the most exalted service. He preached all over the world. He wrote books. He translated all of Prabhupada's books in Bengalis, a whole television series in glorification of Srila Prabhupada, most beautiful kirtans. And still, in Ujjain, I like to see it that his building that temple and his building that community was his humble service to Srila Prabhupada as Krishna collected wood and did humble service to his Guru Maharaj at that very place. On this particular day, let us through each other's association, open our hearts and deeply receive His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj's example, his teachings, his love. And in that, we will find in full the divine grace of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna.
Srila
Thank you.
Prabhupada Ki Jai.
His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you so much for giving your kind time for us. Now, I would like to introduce His Holiness Sachinanda Swami, who joined actually in London in 1970 and was initiated in 1971 by Srila Prabhupada. He's famous for his kirtans, public speaking, his gentleman behavior, and his writing. So many beautiful books. He actually translated the Bhagavad Gita into German, and he took sannyas in 1989. So on behalf of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami and all the disciples, we would like to welcome His Holiness Sachinanda Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Vistaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharini Nevase Sasunyavadi Paskatyate Satane Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dear respected Vaishnavas, dear God brothers of mine, I feel genuinely humbled to speak in such an exalted association. I certainly feel today a mixture of grief due to the unexpected disappearance of Maharaj, but also the joy that his memory is kept alive, his message and what he wanted to give to us is upheld, and therefore a man with mixed feelings might make mistakes, so please excuse me if I say things. I would like to remember one Vyasa Puja ceremony of Maharaj where we actually quarreled. Maharaj had turned his Vyasa Puja celebration into a glorification of Srila Prabhupada. There were no readings of offerings to him, to Maharaj. There were not the normal celebrations offered on the appearance date to a spiritual master according to our tradition. He turned everything over to Srila Prabhupada. And because it so much stood out of a normal Vyasa Puja celebration, I asked him, Maharaj, are you not creating something new here? And Maharaj looked at me. You know, in friendship, friends discuss. They are not shy to go into difficult areas. In this discussion, Maharaj showed me, I believe, his heart. He so much felt that he was made out of Srila Prabhupada's mercy. that he could only imagine his life as a signpost which showed the way to Srila Prabhupada. He could not imagine his life in any other way. And I think we all know that after Prabhupada had disappeared, Maharaj felt shattered. So much so that he only lived to meet Srila Prabhupada again. He gave an example. He said, a mother will make her child who cannot yet walk grow by hiding behind the curtain and from that hidden position calling out to her little boy, "Come, come, come." In the same way, Maharaj felt Prabhupada was now hidden from his view, but he was calling to him, "Come, come, come." When a child or a disciple responds to the gentle urging of his mentor, the child, when it responds to the mother, and the disciple, when he or she responds to his spiritual master, will learn to walk, learn to grow, learn to become strong. So in Belgium, when it was his Vyasa Puja, he was telling all of us that we should reconfirm our vows to Srila Prabhupada. That was his message to the Prabhupada disciples. And his message to his own disciples was, please know, I am the servant of Srila Prabhupada. I'm only doing this service of guiding you as a service to him. And he wanted to show this. He wanted to remove himself so entirely out of the picture on his birthday that everyone could understand, well, he really glorifies Srila Prabhupada. He really lives as a Prabhupada disciple in this world, a signpost which shows the way to Srila Prabhupada. Now in the short time which is left, I feel his eyes resting on me. You're talking about me. What are you doing? Have you not understood what I told you in Belgium? And Maharaj was a strong Maharaj also. So I will follow his order and will tell something about Prabhupada just to feel his eyes, his gaze softening and showing his merciful side to me. There was one quality in Srila Prabhupada which was extremely endearing. Srila Prabhupada wanted all types of people, all means everyone, to know about Krishna and to become his servant. And once, when Srila Prabhupada visited Germany, he gave a public program, and we could see Prabhupada's mind in wanting to somehow make everyone into a devotee. At the end of his talk, one well-dressed man got up and challenged Prabhupada. He said, your movement will be a failure because you're trying to bring an Indian religion into a Western context. But your attempt will fail. It's almost as if you try to bring a crocodile and bring it into the German river Rhine. The crocodile, who is accustomed to warm countries and warm water, will not be able to survive in the cold German river. So in the same way, your movement cannot survive in the West. And the worst is, 2 of my sons are the member of your movement, and they will face a disappointment. So Prabhupada was getting now ready to answer. And you must know one thing, Prabhupada would never tolerate if Krishna or the mission of Krishna consciousness was attacked. He was getting ready to answer strongly. But at the last moment, his secretary whispered into his ear, Vaidyanath's father. Vaidyanath was sitting in the amongst a devotee called Vaidyanath was sitting in the audience. And Prabhupada somehow calmed down. He was like a volcano who was really getting, as the German man challenged him, he was really rising. His temperature was rising. But when he heard that that this man was the father of a devotee, Prabhupada's mood very much has changed. He said, Krishna consciousness is not a matter of East or West. It is like the sun. There is no German sun, there is no Indian sun. There is one sun for all. In the same way, Krishna is there for all. And then he turned to that well-dressed man and he said, you can become Krishna conscious in your suit and tie. Now this man is 95 years old. He has heard the call of death twice already. And if you will ask him, what is one of the highlights in your life? He will answer, it's when Prabhupada preached to me and took my misconceptions away, and I could understand that that Krishna is the Lord of one and all. When I was with Bhakti Charu Maharaj and saw him preaching, he used to come for a long time to Germany, and he would go to Switzerland, Austria, and these are the 3 German-speaking countries, Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. He would lecture, and he would be there for everyone in the hall. He would talk to them and attract them gently to Krishna consciousness. There was a lot of this, what I so much admired in Srila Prabhupada, this ability to tune into someone's understanding and mind and convince him by his own qualities of a Vaishnav who was 100% surrendered to the Lord. But in the 2 minutes which are left, I would like to really thank Maharaj for this gift of pointing always to Srila Prabhupada, even on his birthday, not even on his birthday, I don't want to say it like this, transforming his birthday ceremony into a glorification of Srila Prabhupada, making it so crystal clear to whom his commitment and allegiance was given. This is one of the great gifts which has come through this wonderful Vaishnava to many of us, to the ISKCON movement as a whole, but to many individuals with whom he sat down and talked or explained his view. It is very, very heart-touching, and I'm personally very, very much grateful that he did not bend a centimeter on this principle and was teaching us so nicely. Our very, very respected His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj has made a beautiful point today. He said how we, our generation of old men now, of so-called senior Vaishnavas, we had to learn to serve Srila Prabhupada in the viraha, in separation. But as we learned this, or tried to learn it, we all understood Prabhupada is closer than ever. And I request you all, as viewers of this, to not think this is only a philosophical concept. This is a practical experience that if one serves the mission, the example, the vision, or the way of seeing of a great soul, at that time it is very clear that one gets so much insights and protection. I thank you all very much. Let us make space for the next speaker. I believe it's His Holiness Hridayananda Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you, Maharaj.
His Holiness,
His Holiness
Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you. So next, I would like to introduce His Holiness Hridayananda Das Goswami, who joined in 1969 in Berkeley, California, got initiated in 1970, and in 1972 was given sannyas by Srila Prabhupada in New Vrindavan. And I believe he was 22 years old. So it's been 48 years he's been a sannyasi. Consequently, he was sent to Latin America, where he opened up hundreds of centers and translated, or had a team to translate Srila Prabhupada's books into Spanish and Portuguese. After Srila Prabhupada left this world, Maharaj took the position as an initiating spiritual master. He was a GVC member, and he took leadership of translating the remaining parts of the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is very, very difficult. And if you read those purports, they're amazing and astounding. He can speak 7 languages, and recently, in the last few years, he has started a project called Krishna West, where he is preaching to thousands and thousands of people and bringing them to Krishna consciousness. So I'd like to warmly welcome His Holiness Hridananda Das Goswami on behalf of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami and his disciples. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Unmute myself. So thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor. And it was a pleasure also to hear my very dear spiritual brother, Radhanath Swami. I see him there. And it's always a special pleasure. And also hearing from Sachinandana Swami. In thinking about this program that was coming, the thought came to me that we should pay attention to the ideal example of how one thinks about one's spiritual master, which of course we see in Prabhupada's own relationship with his spiritual master. And so I would like to think about that with you, consider it, and especially see what we can learn. Because all of us have spiritual masters, and all of our lives depend on acting properly in that relationship. And so Prabhupada's own relationship with his spiritual master, Prabhupada is the Acharya. And of course, the word Achara means behavior, conduct. And Acharya means conduct that is worthy to follow. So one who acts in a way that is worthy to follow, or that should be followed, without going into all the grammar, is called the Acharya. And Prabhupada is especially the founder Acharya, which is a special category of Acharyas. Many Acharyas act within a movement or a spiritual society which already exists. And of course, the historical circumstances in which Prabhupada appeared in this world, especially the historical context which he faced, and he was not happy to have to face it, but he did face it. Of course, his spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, left in 1936. And then in terms of painful experiences, watching as a close eyewitness, watching the disintegration of your spiritual master's mission is something which I pray to God we never have to experience. So, but Prabhupada did witness that, and it clearly left a very, very deep impression on him. And so, in a sense, we can talk about Prabhupada pre-collapse of the Gaudiya Math, the disintegration. And I think we could simply say that Prabhupada was an ideal Grihastha disciple. Prabhupada once said to me personally that he said, some people say that when I was a Grihastha, I was not so active. But actually, and Prabhupada here was talking about Allahabad, he said, I was on the temple board at Allahabad. I was giving regular classes. Prabhupada was always recognized in the Gaudiya Math as an extraordinary speaker and scholar of Vaishnava tradition. And of course, he was working very, very hard, traveling tirelessly, trying to get money to promote his guru's mission. So he really was an ideal Grihastha in terms of his personal sadhana, in terms of his absolute loyalty to his spiritual master, in terms of his very dynamic, enthusiastic attempt to promote his spiritual master's mission. as a grihasta in sort of the normal grihasta dharma. And so that's one stage of Prabhupada's life in relationship to Bhakti Siddhanta, from the time he met his guru and accepted him and then served as an ideal grihasta. And then, of course, without going into all the historical details, the Gaudiya Math sort of crashed on this rock like a ship that hits a big rock and, goes down. And so basically they could not, it's very interesting because, without wanting to be critical, but as Prabhupada taught us, the boundary between the Kanishta Adhikari and the Madhyam Adhikari is that the Madhyam Adhikari is able to make friendship with devotees. And so I'm not accusing everyone in the Gaudiya Math of being third class. I'm simply saying that they could not understand, clearly, they obviously could not understand, or at least not the leaders, the need to be collegial, the need to make profound spiritual friendships with each other, the fact that the unity of their guru's mission was far more important than any of their personal ambitions or personal theories about institutional organization. And they did have different theories. And then, to not see the obvious, that they were on a path which could only lead to the destruction of the united mission, that could only lead to disintegration. And the fact that they couldn't see this, I suppose some people saw it. I don't think necessarily Prabhupada was the only one. Prabhupada saw it very clearly, but there must have been others who saw it and even spoke against it. But an extraordinary failure of leadership, at least in some quarters. And so that changed Prabhupada's life forever. And that's why he formed a GBC. And that's why Prabhupada emphasized so often and so strongly the need to work in a collegial way. And that's why he became so angry and disturbed when he saw his disciples unnecessarily quarreling and bickering. And he gave the example that a group of sons is massaging their father, and they fight over who gets to massage what part of the body, and they end up injuring the father, in the name of wanting to serve. And so Prabhupada understood, deeply understood, and powerfully taught us this point of the importance of unity. And Bhakti Charu Swami is certainly one of Prabhupada's disciples who best understood this. And among the many important teachings of Prabhupada that Bhakti Charu Swami deeply assimilated, this need to use the crude expression, hang together, the need to remain united, and the need to subordinate our own great inspirations or anger or whatever emotion it might be, subordinate that to the absolute need to keep Prabhupada's mission united. Bhakti Charu Swami certainly was exemplary in his understanding and application of this principle. So, as I said, he was an absolutely leading and crucial figure in bringing peace within ISKCON between those who favor a more traditional approach and those who favor a more adaptive, quote unquote, Krishna West style. And so he was instrumental in bringing about peace during the year that he was GBC chairman. And it was really because of him. It was really because of Bhakti Charu Swami. As I've said before, we met in Orlando. It was really Krishna. It was really Krishna's arrangement, because I flew into Florida from Brazil after one of my infrequent trips to Brazil. He happened to be in Orlando. And so we arranged to meet. Krishna brought us together. And he, Bhakti Charu Swami, as a GBC chairman, urged me to return to the GBC. And obviously the hand of Krishna. The upcoming GBC meeting, which was coming just in a month or two, was to be held in Ujjain. So Bhakti Swami was the chairman. The meeting was being held in Ujjain, so it was obviously a divine setup. And so, and he did what very few people can do. He actually convinced me to get on a plane and fly to the other side of the world, which I'm not a happy flyer. And so, and then when I got there, of course, the devotees in Ujjain were absolutely exemplary in their hospitality. It was right out of the Shastra. It was like a textbook. It's like a demonstration of everything we learn about how Vaishnavas should behave and how they should receive others and so on. So the genuine sincerity and the affection, the kindness and devotion of the devotees in Jain, obviously reflecting their teacher, Bhakti Swami. I think that melted even my heart, which is saying a lot, as sort of a logic chopping, incorrigible rationalist. So so Bhakti Swami, I know it made a big difference in my life, made a big difference in the mission that I'm trying to develop for Prabhupada. And I think it made a big difference for ISKCON. So maybe one last point. Don't want to speak too long, but it's often been said, this is certainly not some original insight on my part. It's often been said that it's among Prabhupada's many devoted followers, and perhaps most visibly among those who are leaders, spiritual leaders, that that together, when they work together, that in a sense we see the most complete possible manifestation of Prabhupada's own divine qualities. I mean, in this case, the Prabhupada is always greater than the sum of the parts of his disciples, but still, to the extent that we can experience Prabhupada in this world, to the extent that we can perceive his own qualities in action in the Hare Krishna movement today, it's certainly in the Sangha, in the spiritual community of his devoted followers who were inspired by different qualities of Prabhupada. I mean, obviously, we all have our own natures. We all have our own natures. I always say that Radhanath Swami was just a born sadhu. I mean, he was a sadhu probably in the womb. And he was a sadhu even before he met Prabhupada. I was definitely a sadhu before but I had some good qualities. But all of us have different qualities, and all of us are attracted, especially different qualities of Prabhupada. We appreciate all of them, especially when we hear from others. But all of us are particularly inspired by certain aspects of Prabhupada's personality, aspects which just, you could say, intellectually or spiritually inspire us, qualities which match certain, or which correspond to different personality traits that we personally are strong in, or that we personally, or just sort of characterize our own personalities. And so it's in the community of Prabhupada's loyal, devoted followers that Prabhupada most powerfully manifests in this world. And that's why to act in a way that subverts or undermines the unity of Prabhupada's mission is to really draw down a curtain which simply doesn't allow people to see Prabhupada in this world. And so our duty is to powerfully present Prabhupada to the world by embodying his qualities. And that embodiment, without question, takes place most completely, most powerfully, and most intelligibly for the world in the form of the united representatives of Prabhupada, especially when his senior devotees remain, cultivate and preserve deep spiritual friendship, cooperate together, always put the good of the mission before their own personal preferences. And Bhakti Charaswami exemplified that. There was no better example of someone actually doing that. So before I'm dragged off the stage, I think I'll stop here. Thank you all very, very much. It's a pleasure to see all of you. It's an honor to be able to speak on this occasion. And Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. His Holiness Ridananda Das Goswami Maharaj, Ki Jai. Marge, we hope that you come back to Ujjain again.
I think I have to, because I told Bhakti Premaswamy I would, and I guess it's either go back to Ujjain or become a lizard or something.
Maharaj, any food sweet at the last. So you are so sweet. You are the last speaker today.
Hare Krishna.
So I'd like to personally thank all the speakers who have come today to give their offerings and words of wisdom to us. And I would like to ask Bhakti Prem Swami to conclude by saying a few words. Please, Maharaj, if you could say a few words. And then after that, Guru Maharaj will be singing Kirtan.
So I don't have any word to express gratitude to all the devotees. Prabhupada has created a wonderful family. If we are not in ISKCON, if we lost Guru Maharaj in such a situation, it would be very difficult to continue our spiritual life. But now we have uncles, aunts, cousin brothers. We are protected in all respects. Everywhere, senior devotees are telephoning me, guiding us. Don't worry, we are always with you. Actually, we are not feeling that Guru Maharaj is not here. We are not feeling that type of thing actually. So today, if Guru Maharaj would be present here, maybe different scenario, but all, especially Prabhupada's disciples, the way they are showering their causeless mercy, Guru Maharaj told, more uncles, more cookies. So yes, we are so fortunate. We are always protected. And I will humbly request, don't wait for our request to guide or chastise us. You have all the right to guide and chastise us. And I have seen when Guru Maharaj, so many Prabhupada's disciples, especially Western devotees, used to come Ujjain. I humbly request them, please don't feel that Guru Maharaj is not here, who will treat us. Yes, you will not get that type of treatment, but we'll try to serve you. And you should come to guide us. This is a humble request. And please forgive us. We are neophyte. We don't know how to behave and serve, how to talk. So please forgive us all of our offenses. Thank you very much for tolerating us. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Bhakti Charaswami Guru Maharaj ki, all glories to the assembly devotees. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Hridayananda Das Goswami Maharaj ki Gaur Pramanande. Prabhupada Prabhu, anything? Prabhupada Prabhu is next. What is the next program?
Hare Krishna Maharaj, you were saying something?
What is the next program?
Oh, sorry. Hare Krishna. So, next Kirtan by Guru Maharaj, we are going to play the last year Vyas Puja Kirtan. Generally, Guru Maharaj used to end the session celebration with his wonderful dancing Kirtan. So, devotee suggested we can have a dancing Kirtan. We will play, and devotee at their places can dance and enjoy this last ceremony.
Ujjain Brahmachari can go to the temple.
Yeah, yes, Ujjain devotees, brahmacharis can come to the temple, and those who are not in the temple, they are at different places. They at their place only they can hear and they can relish this Kirtan by Guru Maharaj. Okay, should I play Maharaj?
Yes.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Gaur Premanande, Hare Hare. Nama Om Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Paschata Vishatarine Srila Prabhupada Ki Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Shamabeto Bhakta Vrinda Ki.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we would like to thanks all the devotees who have joined, especially His Holiness Vedanta Swami Maharaj is still there with us. So for blessing us on this event. We have so we would like to conclude now, and we thanks all the devotees who very wonderfully participated in whole event from morning till night. Now we started with Mangal Aarti at Guru Maharaj Quarter at 4:10, and from that we are celebrating it together. So thank you very much everyone for joining, and we will continue this type of celebration together so that we can understand the mood and mission of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj and continue our services to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Prabhupada disciples. All glories to His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj. All glories to assembled devotees. Hare Krishna.